Whoa. Hi. Hold on. There you are. There you are. I see you now.
Cheese.
Thank you. Can I blow my nose on the cheese economy, please? I can't reach it. It'll just make a mess if I try. Hi, Kanami. Hi, Devil. Hi, Souls. It's mine? Okay. You think it will improve the flavor of the artificial cheese if I blow my nose on it? I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking about such gross things. That sounds even worse, Kanami. So I've been like sneezing for like the past... since I woke up, which is about 2 hours ago. And my head is in a lot of pain. And it's very hot and hay fever sucks, but I'm gonna try to stream anyway. Hope you're all okay. Cause I'm not. That'll be fine. I'm gonna self-hydrate though before anyone even asks me to. I'm a big cat, I can manage to hydrate myself. Usually. Occasionally I end up pouring it all over myself, but you know. Thank you, Soul. Let me just hydrate. Didn't even turn the water off. I mean, wait, what? Souls, please stop being in pain. Don't worry, Souls, you got the double hydration. You got the good stuff. I'm so sorry, I'm gonna be sniffing like the entire time. So, I was thinking of continuing some of the stuff that I started last time I was doing a Unity stream. Working on my streaming setup, but we'll see how my brain does. It got like 4 hours, 3, 4 hours of sleep in 2 stages. Anyway, enough complaining. How's the Kanami and how's the devil? Because Souls has already told me. If you want to say, if you don't worry. I feel like I was meant to say something else as well. I can never remember. Farming a bunch in Minecraft. Ah! Are you playing with the other people in Emi's server? Ugh. Please excuse me. Nice. I wonder if I'll... Nah, I probably won't try that sometime. I'm very intimidated by Minecraft with lots of mods. I mean, I'm intimidated by Minecraft alone. On a sec. I have to do one thing. Let me hide myself. I'm back. Now I can show my emotions. Did you like my avatar? Yeah, I responded to it. I'm guessing yours is kind of glowy, right? I'm guessing it looks like it glows in the dark, the red. I can't really tell though in the photo that you posted. You're doing a mod that lets you grow diamonds. That sounds interesting. Grow diamonds? Does that mean you can have a pet diamond? Ugh. If there's anything you find interesting, do that more than trying to become a magical anime girl. Okay, now I'm interested. What the hell? Since when has that been like something you can do in Minecraft? What the hell? Crops of diamond. Gotta harvest the diamond this year. What do you need help with? When you try to upload a Hopkin avatar, it gives us an error. That sounds worrying. Were they set up originally to work as VR chat avatars? I'm gonna fly over. Watch this, I'm gonna make an infinite number of ukes. Are you ready? You're not ready. Alright, let's go to them. When you tried to upload a Hopkin avatar, wait, it was set up as one? Huh. Sorry. Frantic clicking sounds intensify as I'm trying to clean my mouse slightly. Okay. Do you know what the errors are? Also, let me just change this music to something that's... Actually, you know what? I'll go with this music for now. I'm vibing with this music right now. I guess I should add the Unity tag, huh? Boop. So I'm trying to remember what I was doing last time. Oh yeah, I was working on the temperature, the thermometers. I've hidden them right now, but there are these. Up on the wall back there. That are going to be showing other temperatures. One near my bed and one the temperature of the LEDs. Ooh, look at that glitching. So like the LED lighting? I also feel like maybe doing one for the temperature of my leap motion because it gets so hot. Oh, midmap needs to be enabled. Oh, that's fine. There should be an automatic... There should be like an auto-fix button, right? That will fix that. If you're curious what that setting means, it's let me find one of my own textures. Doesn't work. So it's like hold on. Wait, what thumbnail? Oh. So how did it not fix? That's weird. If it says that midmap needs to be enabled, that's literally just this. It's probably this, right? Either generate midmaps or streaming midmaps. Actually, why is generate midmaps not enabled for mine? What the hell? Oh my god, I didn't know that. Why are midmaps not enabled for my... I never realized that. What? Huh. So midmaps are lower resolution versions of a texture, basically. That are loaded from a distance. When you're looking at the avatar from a distance. I don't know, does it actually only load part of it into video memory? Does it save on video memory when you're looking from a distance or not? The main reason is to just like avoid what's called aliasing, so weird artifacts. Let me just change these all. These are the ones currently being used, right? Just a minute. You talking about this has made me realize it wasn't enabled on my avatar, and I thought it was. So bear with me 1 second. I've only just begun and I'm already sidetracked. Hell yeah! That's a new record. Let's have a look. .psd. Is this right? Oh, PNG? Oh, these are different. These are different, actually. Once again, I'm really sorry about all my sniffing. So which one is this? So this is opening something in an image editor on my other monitor. Hold on. Oh, right. The textures I'm using are here. Ah, and these are using midmaps. Oh, okay. Alright, that's fine. So yeah, I think VR chat requires It doesn't require generating bitmaps, it does require streaming bitmaps. A fursuit. That sounds expensive. It's related to cosplay, and cosplay is expensive. And it's an entire full body thing. I imagine it's expensive. Also, yeah, time zone differences suck. I wonder if I can show you. If I find the one that my skirt is on, which is clothes. If I turn off generate bitmaps, you might see this become a bit more pixelated. If I'm on the correct texture. Yeah, it did. It's not easy to see there. Maybe if I go to this view, you might be able to notice. When I turn it on... Why does it have to re-import? Yeah, it's a very subtle difference from a distance. Oh well. $3,000 to $10,000? Oh my god! Wow, good luck! Damn, I thought it'd be expensive, like maybe 1 or 2. Oh my god. Let's go back to this view. Then I get to give credits to the people who made this banger of a tune. I see souls. No, I'm not gonna make that joke. Alright, let me just dive into this code. Which is appearing on my other monitor, annoyingly. Kind of predictably. Holy crap, that is bright. Oh my god, it's blooming all out to white. You can't even see it. I'm just gonna invert the colors, I think. That is so bright. Why do I always forget how bright this looks? I kind of need to... Wait, actually, you know what? Let me just see if there's another theme I can use for this. How on earth do you even change the theme on this thing? Preferences? Settings? Window? How do you change the theme on this thing? Oh, there we are. Light high contrast theme. Is there like a dark high contrast theme? Let me see if there's one on an extension. High contrast. Am I looking in the right place? High contrast dark pro? Alright, let's see what high contrast dark pro looks like. Can't install it because it's not compatible with the current version of Visual Studio Code. Hey, amazing. Dark low contrast. High contrast dark color theme? Let's try this one. Does this one work? This one's rated 5 stars as well. Okay, that one works. Woo! Alright, that might be easier on your eyes. There you go. How's that? Is that better? Oh, that's actually pretty nice. It's actually kind of nice, I'm gonna be honest. The only trouble is I see myself in the reflection and it's disgusting. What is wrong with my hand? Where's my hand? What has happened to my hand? What is actually happening? Hold on a second. I need to notice my hand is like having issues. Okay, there we are. Oof, what the hell was that all about? That was scary.
A few moments later.
My friend, if he gets his job... 27... What are these monetary units? That's crazy. I know they're dollars, but... Wow, my hand's having major issues today, huh? Holy crap. Well, good luck with that. I have to remind myself what I was trying to do. Oh, yeah, right. So this is the main class that all of the data from OSC is being received from. This isn't even my own thing is complaining about here. But... So basically, I'm sending a lot of data into, well, not a lot of data at the moment. I'm sending some data into. Wow. Okay, my hands are like not working properly today, so I might. Oh my god, that's disturbing. Right, I'm gonna turn this off temporarily. That's terrifying. Actually, hold on a sec. I think I know how to fix this. I have to go into this view though. One sec. I don't understand why it does this sometimes. The leap motion just like decides to change the mode that it's working in. Yeah, it's gone back to desktop mode instead of screen top mode. That's so weird. Alright, might work better now. Hey, look at that, jazz hands. Alright. Oh, you should be good to go. Man, that was disturbing when my hands were twisting around. But yeah, good luck saving up for that. But yeah, so I'm sending in a few things into Unity via something called OSC. I'm sending in the temperature, which you can see on my wall over there. I mean, it's not appearing right now, obviously. I'm also sending in my heart rate if I wear the heart rate monitor.
Cheese.
I'm also sending in cheese. Yep. Hi, Jason. Why are you dying? Stop dying. I mean, like technically everyone's dying, but. How's the Drazen? Hi. Hi, dying. Hi, dying, I'm Cat. What was I saying again? Oh yeah, right, I'm sending in temperatures and I'm sending in heart rate when I wear the heart rate monitor. Technically all this motion data from my avatar is also being sent in by OSC, but I'm not dealing with that personally. That's, thankfully, an open source thing called, what's it called again? External receiver, which is part of Unity thing. Anyway, alright, your brain's leaking. Jeez! My nose is leaking. We have something in common. I guess. 750 for just the head. Oh my god! I mean, if you get just the head, and like, just a little bit below as well, like maybe the chest part, can you do just the chest part, the torso? Then you can maybe stream. And no one would know that you're like, wearing a regular lower half of your clothes. Or even if you're wearing nothing. Hey. Yeah, the cosplay world is crazy. Crazy prices. Either crazy prices or crazy time and effort. Well, I mean, I guess that means you're paying for someone's time and effort if you're buying it ready-made. Anyway, so that's what this module is doing. It's receiving the temperature and the heart rate monitor, and when it receives anything from there, it will fade in the relevant thing. So like, it scales up the thermometer, or let me just demonstrate. If I wear my heart rate monitor, for like let me just give it a few seconds. If you watch by my head, then after a few seconds, it'll give proper readings. And there we go, and it fades in. Okay, that's not quite a proper reading at the moment. I hope not. I guess that is actually a proper reading, huh? That's slightly worrying. Nice. Anyway, and then after a while it scales away like that. No, I'm just on very, very low sleep, and I was sneezing for like 1.5 hours, and my body is a little bit messed up right now. But yeah, anyway, so it fades that thing in, and then fades it out after it hasn't been there for a while. And I was thinking I kind of want to move those things out into their own classes. No, I've not had caffeine. I make sure not to have caffeine before I stream because, like, I don't need any help having anxiety issues. So because this should only really be dealing with receiving the data and passing the messages on to other things, I want to move the bits where messages are processed out into other classes. Because originally it was just dealing with like a single temperature here. It just looks to see if the address of the temperature sensor is equal to the one that we want to look at, which is the one that's like measuring the temperature in my room. Each temperature sensor has its own address. And if it's the right one, it controls this. It controls this slider, basically. It literally just has that set blend shape. Wait, and this is the blend shape. Yeah. So, but now I want to do multiple thermometers, and instead of just like copying and pasting like bits of the code in here, I think that'd be a bit messy. I think if I just make one class, one common class that controls any thermometer, and then we can just use the same code for everything, I feel like that'll be much neater. Friend is scientist. Wow, what kind of friends do you know? That's amazing. No, I try not to have caffeine when I haven't slept well, because then it becomes a vicious circle of anxiety and not being able to sleep well. But anyway, where would be the best place for me to put that? I guess on here. Alright, let's make a new class. I'm gonna call it... Ah, thank you for the pats, Jason! I'm trying. Alright, I'm gonna take any opportunities to hydrate. And this is not caffeine. This is not a caffeinated drink. It's not even a sugared drink. There's like no fat, no carbohydrate, no fiber, no protein, 0.04 grams of salt, and for one kcal. Per 100 grams. It's basically just flavored. Oh shit! It's basically just flavored fizzy water. And I nearly dropped it. Okay, let me just name this. I'm trying to make a new thing. Let's call that. Where am I typing? The fuck? Huh? I thought I just went on a new script, so why went... There we are, that was weird. Thermogeneric. Why does that sound so high-tech? So it's like a receiver for the thermometer. So I'm gonna call it thermo... controller? So basically there are two types of thermometer. There's this one, which is like, you know, the old liquid in a glass bulb type. And then there are these digital ones. And, oh my god. And I kind of wanted to do pretty much the same thing, no matter which is which. Just the very final... Yeah, right? Thermoplant sounds like thermonuclear plant or something. Just thermometer is such a long word. But I want them to basically do the same thing. The only thing I want to be different is, you know, whether it moves the slider for the liquid up or down, or whether it shows digits on here. So, some of the code will be the same, and I'll put that in here. And then the more specific versions, so the one for like the bulb or for the digital thing, will inherit from this, which I've never done in my life before in C# anyway. So, we'll see how that goes, I guess. Wish me luck. Okay, so this process temperature is going to move into its own class now. That's going to move into this. Let's open that up. Get rid of the settings as well. I'm going to keep using this one for now to save your settings. To save your eyes, sorry. Do some things. Remove the default stuff. Oh my god, thank you very much for this sub! Okay, Fatson. Or is it 0k? Is it 0k? No, it's okay. I couldn't tell from my own font. Wow. Thank you very much. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I meant save your... Save your eyes is what I meant. Holy crap. Wow, I actually look weirdly... really wide and... weirdly wide and matched. Anyway, I'm gonna move this into its own thing. Have I made a backup of all this stuff? I'm pretty sure I have. Let me just quickly make one. Just in case. Because I'm about to be doing things that I haven't tried before, so you know. Let's not tempt fate too much. Let me just... I'm just gonna throw this all into one big archive. Bear with me for one moment. Computer goes brr. I'm literally just throwing everything into a 7-zip file, that's all. Ah, damn it, someone use... Oh yeah, right, it's open right now. Whoops. Give me a sec. Make tool small uke? I kinda should. Jason. Yeah, so much appreciated. I'm just gonna exit this, because I am. I might as well just switch over to this view right now, because there's gonna be nothing to look at, because I'm gonna get rid of this as well. There we are. This is 10 out of 10 version control here. Throw it all in an archive. No worries. Thank you. Bear with me for like, estimated 40 seconds for it to compress this stuff. No, your idea is good. Okay, the only reason I haven't done like more interesting redeems yet. Okay, maybe throwing the cheese is kind of interesting, but well, I'll be able to demonstrate it as soon as this is finished and I can load up Unity again. But basically I have like a system where it can sort of do certain post-processing redeems in like a very convenient to code way. How do I explain it? So basically the Holy Uke and what were they? I've forgotten my own redeems right now. Derpy Uke, Spooky Yuki, and whatever the other one was, the Wide Uke. All those four are Unity post-processing effects. To make me like small or short or something, you might actually be able to do something like that. Nice! You're not dumb. I just kinda was ill for a lot of June, Pride Month, so I'm saying screw it. I'm continuing it for half of July. I'm not gonna miss out on that. Okay, anyway, alright, we're all good to go. Let's fire up Unity again, I can show you what I mean. It might actually... Yaki! Hi. It might actually be possible to, make something that looks kind of like a short redeem. The edges of the screen are gonna look very weird though. Anyway, let me just fly it on over. You can see everything that's happening right now, which is not a huge amount. There we go. Cheese, yes. Cheese is not the post-processing redeem, that's a lot more complicated than that. Anyway, the post-processing redeems are... these ones. Let me slap that down there. Oh, this is gonna be a bit hard to see actually. Might as well just show you on the big view. You get to see the view updating this bit. Okay, so the spooky one, which looks like that. And the fisheye, which looks like that, which is called Derpy Uke. By the way, it does more than just that. It changes something on the avatar camera as well. It changes like, where is it? this. So like it cuts out just a circle. It keeps just me, so you don't see the entire room too much. Something like that. This is just a shader I made so you can do this, basically. And then what was the other one? Wide and bright. Mind your eyes. Yeah, T-pose, I'm asserting dominance. So if we were to try to make one that's like, if we just duplicate this one, let's call it short. I reckon we could actually make one that's kind of looks a little bit like that. Let's just turn this on for a sec. This is purely using the... Oops. This lens distortion post-processing thing, which is something built into Unity. Let me just run this for a sec so we can get the view to the proper size. Perfect. I'll pause it there. I think it should update, right? Oh my god, look at that. Okay. So if I wanted like a short uke. See, this is what happens when with this post. Oh my god, look at my ears! Also, by the way, don't pay too much attention to the stuff down here. It's not up to date. The compiled version I'm using is different. I think if I want a short uke, I'm gonna need to do something a bit different. Just move the camera far away, I guess. Good chat. Kind of. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is like the what is it? The enlightened brain. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point. Man, this is like Thumper uke. Looks like you're playing the game Thumper. Alright, so I'm probably gonna have to do something different if we want a short uke, sorry. Might come back to that later. Oh my god, has it just frozen? Unity? Hello? Oh, there we go. That's strange. I'll leave that for now. I'm just work on the coding for now. Yeah, Galaxy Brain meme, that's the one, that's the one. Thank you, I'm glad you knew what I meant. Yeah, it kind of looks like a racetrack. What's the RGB though? Or do you mean literally just the colors? Is there a game called that as well? Okay, let's do the code. Let's perform the code. So okay, we're making a generic controller for the thermometers. So now everything's backed up. I don't really care if I just start messing around with things and completely break things. Hell yeah! I'm just gonna name this backup before separating OSC code. I was really tempted to say before breaking thermometers, but I won't do that. I don't attempt fate. You can do that if you want, Souls. Okay, let's take the part where the temperature is processed. Actually, I'm gonna cut it instead of copy it. Slap it into here. This now needs to be public, because it's going to be accessed from a different class. I think I'll keep the heart rate in here for now. And obviously now process temperature is not going to work. We're going to need the reference to this, basically. Oh, well, not the generic one. We're actually going to want it for the... We're going to want it... Oh, hold on a sec. No, you know what? This is the part where you just gradually work out what you actually want to do while doing it. So let me just make one more. Which is going to be thermo controller. What should I call it? Should I just call it like analog and digital? So it's like this sort and this sort. I guess if you could call this one analog and this one digital, right? Analog. I'm going to spell it the British English way. Wait for Unity to do a thing. Okay. Look at this nice spam of errors in the console now. You Galaxy Brain redeem? You could do that. It wouldn't really look like the Galaxy Brain though. It would just look like, you know, what you saw. All the concentric rings coming out. Okay, so what I need to do now, so this is inheriting from something called mono behavior. Unity, what are you doing? Stop putting random phrases. So this is basically kind of what most things in Unity are going to inherit from. This is like something built into Unity. What we can do instead is say that this inherits from this. So the analog one is going to inherit from the generic one. So that what that means is that every analog thermometer is going to also have access to these functions. If I'm not mistaken, that's what it means. I might be mistaken because I haven't done this before. We'll find out. I'll do that later, Souls. I'm sorry, I've already put this off from my previous stream. This processing part. Let me just double check. Let me see what would happen if I were to say proc temperature. That's marked as public as well. Let me just have a quick look. Actually never done like inheritance before. Let me just have a quick research online. Call inherited function or procedure it's called in C#. And see how does one your base class declares a method as virtual, then calling it we'll call the derived method what? Alright, let's try that. So apparently it needs to be virtual rather than public. Oh, public virtual actually. Is that all, or is there something else I need to do as well? There's something else. One sec. What is better than about learning? What's better than learning on the job? I can't speak today with the actual help. Define this as virtual and then use override keyword in move human. Some points. Oh my god, I need to calm my music because this is I might as well just throw this onto the screen as well. Wait, no, it's gonna blind you if I do that. Oh my god. I feel really bad about reading stuff right after someone subs. This is not the most interesting stream. I swear to god it'll get better than this. Maybe. Should've looked this up before I started streaming, huh? Oh. Wait, is that a thing you can just do? No, it's not a thing. Protogen plushie. Wait, hang on. Was Protogen the name of that avatar you were using? You know what? I might leave this for another time. This is going to require more reading than I feel like I should do on stream. Let's put everything back. Hey. not today. I'll just do the worst thing, which is... Why is it still complaining? The my controller generic does not exist anymore! Unity, not Unity, what's it called? Visual Studio Code, please. It's complaining about something that doesn't exist anymore! Whatever, that'll go away. I mean, go away if I close and reopen it, that's for sure. So what I'll do for now is just to get these two working, I'm going to look in the console and change the part where it's receiving the temperature. So basically, before I had it printing this message to the console. I'm changing the music 1 second. Boop. So basically, this is just telling the, it's just showing the address of the temperature sensor that that it's receiving. So basically, I have something over here. Ooh. That I made that's just sending the temperature and heart rates if it receives them over OSC into Unity. Then on the Unity side, I just had it sending the information about which sensor and its temperature got received into the console. Then I could, you know, just touch the sensor in real life, and if I see that temperature go up, then I know that that address is for that sensor in real life. So I'm gonna do that again. I need to remind myself, actually, hang on a second. Oh, never mind, I actually already labeled the sensor. I forgot about that, I already actually labeled the sensors in real life. No need to do guessing games, or in detective games. Can't find the ore you need for your farm. What ore do you need? $30, oh my god, that's cheap. Nice. So I'll have this one, for example, be controlled by the... it's the higher up one, so I'll make it the one that's higher up in my room. Wait a minute, the price has gone up? Souls, what? The price has gone up. I mean, it's still not a bad price for a plushie, I guess. Independently made, but... So that'll be the temperature of the one near my bed, and this will be the temperature of the one that's, of my LEDs. Maybe I'll add a third one as well, just for the temperature of the leap motion, because the leap motion gets so hot. I need a good way to attach the temperature sensor to the leap motion, because... you know, I don't want to use regular sticky tape, because that's gonna go disgusting in the heat. I know you can get, like, double-sided tape that is thermally conductive. I used it on a Raspberry Pi one time to attach a heatsink to the CPU. It seems to work. It's really expensive though. I guess you're paying for convenience. And so for now, I will just... This is just called temperature parent. Ah, right, so these are... You know what I could do to make this a little less messy? I was originally thinking of moving each of these into their own class, but what I could do instead is I could have them in this one class, but I could make it an array. That way I'm not just making a, you know, a copy of all of this crap for every single thermometer, you know? It won't literally be all of that, but... let me try that. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. For now. Trademark. $24 shipping. Oh my god, I swear to god, American shipping price is always... Wait, you're not in America, are you? But if I ever buy something from America, I'm always horrified by the shipping prices. It's so often more expensive than the item. Like $40 or $50. But I guess that's because it's shipping outside of America, huh? Is it less within America? I'd hope it's a lot less within America. Okay, I need to make my own little class, which is gonna contain all the common things. for each thermometer. Let's make it a digital one, actually. So let's call it public class digital thermo info. And it's gonna need a parent. So the parent is this thing here. So basically this thing will get scaled up and down. Is there a way for me to do that on all axes? Yes, like that. Oh, that's a bit of a weird place it is scaling from. It's like scaling from the right hand side of the leftmost digit. Whatever. That's something like it. We'll need to use Blender to fix. Actually no, it's not. I could shove this to the left. And then I should be able to scale down. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's... You can change where the center of that is. That's really trivial right now. So that is the thing that this class is gonna use to make this thing go scale up or down. Appear as soon as it receives the info and disappear after a timeout. And we're also gonna need... Oh no, we are not gonna need this. So skin mesh renderer is something that can change shape, basically. It's a mesh that can change shape. So it's this. And in this example it is this, because this changes shape. This thing here is actually part of the mesh that's moving. Like that. So that's why it needs to be a skin to mesh renderer. But for this, there's no like... There's no... We're not controlling it using blend shapes. Those little sliders that can warp the shape. We're gonna be using... Where is it? Oh, it's not there yet. Well, we're gonna be using digit controllers, basically. Which is what's already been used for the clock up there. So I made something called digit controller, which can flip around the segments in a thing like that to show different digits. And this one, each of those digits controllers are being controlled by a clock controller up there. But in this case, they're going to be controlled by this. Effectively a temperature controller. Okay, so in that case we need... we need a bunch of digits, don't we? We need... So we need like an array of digit controllers. How do you do that again? Well, we're gonna need 4, so can you just do that? Just gonna call it that. Array size cannot be specified in a variable declaration. Really? Or is it a list that I wanted, not an array? Oh my god, it's been too long since I did this. List of digit controllers. I mean, I guess that works. What is actually the... I wonder what the difference is for when you're, how it shows up in the Unity editor. Let's find out. In a moment. So what else do we need? So we need the transform that's going to allow us to scale it up and down. We need the digit controller that's going to allow us to display digits. What else do we need? Ah, the address of the sensor. It's gonna mean nothing by default. Alright, and I think that should be everything we need for that. I think we also need to do... How do you do it? Is it serializable? So serializable just forces it to show up in the Unity editor. Usually. I mean, it does other things as well, but that's all I'm caring about right now. Okay, so now I need to actually make some of these. So we've just described what a digital thermometer info consists of. We actually want to put some in there now. We're gonna want 2, in fact. I guess if we just make it an array, we can make any number that we want. Let's find out. Oh, it's 24 worldwide, okay. I just realized that you said worldwide. Sorry, souls. Okay, so public so that it shows up in Unity editor, and digital thermo info. Oof. What should I call it? Each digital thermo? Let's try that. Oh, we want multiple ones as well. So I'll make an array. Thank you for the hydration! Let's just switch over and see if it shows up. Oh my god, it does! Look at that down at the bottom on the right. Wow, my bottle's behaving very strangely. Thank you for the hydration! So there's 0 of them at the moment. Oh, it literally says list, even though I put an array. Okay, that's interesting. Anyway, we're gonna want 2 of those, so... Okay, so...
I got a bad feeling about this.
I have not got a bad feeling about this. This is working. You shush. So they're the 2 parents, which I've named very inventively. I might rename those in a minute. So it's the address, I think. Oh my god, there's music! Shush! You sound nice, but you're loud. Yeah, that's the address. And then there are a bunch of digit controllers. I actually need 4. 1 for each digit. And I can just drag each of those in. Like this. 0, 1, 2, 3. But I want to know if there's a way that I can, like, hard code the fact that there are 4 of them. It doesn't like me doing this. Oh wait, that's not what I want. It doesn't like me doing this. Try initializing with a new expression though. Really? Sorry. But you can't just say 4, right?
I got a bad feeling about this.
Okay, I've got a bad feeling about this now, actually. How do you specifically say the number of them? Like 4 is not... Oh, I guess they'd want you to like... do something like that. Blah 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 blah, make an array of... Yeah. Alright, screw it. It's more trouble than it's worth. Abort. Alright, so that's the first one. I'll worry about it one other time. Can I actually track all 4 at once, I wonder? Lock this in view so it doesn't change every time I click something. Hold on a sec. I don't think I can. If I get a list instead, does that stop it from looking... Does that change how it looks? One sec. List of that. How does that make it show up now? It looks exactly the same. Fine. So it makes no difference in the Unity editor whether it's a list or an array, apparently.
Oh, hell no!
It's fine! Unfortunately, I have to drag them one by one, though, apparently. Oh, wait. Hold on a sec. The reason it doesn't like it is because there is no digital controller set up on these yet. Yeah, I never did that. Whoops. Alright, let's put digit controllers on them. 0, 1, 2, 3. You will get a digit controller. Boop. Each of you has 7 segments. Because it is a 7-segment display. Alright, this is the tedious part. Let me just drag this over here so I have less distance to drag these. Let's minimize the effort. 0, 1, 2, 3. Please talk amongst yourselves while I do this. This is going to be tedious. Oh, don't worry, I've already done one culture of it actually, so never mind. Wish I knew... Hang on a sec. Can I actually track them? That's what I wanted to try before. Oh my god, you can! Oh my god, the amount of time that's going to save in the future. if I ever remember. All of you. Go into there. No, all of you. All of you. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And finally... all of you. There we go, nice. Bonk? What? Okay, so we've got our digit controllers all there now. They all know which segments they're gonna be moving around. They just need to be told to move them around. Yeah, that should be it. And then we'll just give those digit controller references to the thing that receives the actual data from the real life thermometers. And then we should be good to go, right? You can drag them all at once, I just discovered. Boop. Look at that! Look at that! The time savings! And the final piece of information he needs to know is the address of the temperature sensor. When can we drop an anvil? Jesus! What are you trying to do to me? I mean, okay, let me add it to the list. 1 sec.
Oh, hell no!
I mean, that's what I thought originally as well, but... drop an anchor on me. Alright, that's apparently what people want to do. Maybe I'll... maybe I'll oblige one of these days. Why do you want to kill me? No. Okay, so the addresses. So 0 is... So yeah, the top one is gonna be at the top of my room. Oh no, I'd actually have to get up and have a look. Well, I'm not gonna do that right now. I can do that easy? I mean, I'd need to make an animation and then like make sure that certain things can't happen while that's happening. Like I don't want the yeet to happen in the middle of that, but yeah, I guess. I need to find like a free anchor model. I feel like I could make a good sound for the boom sound. I feel like if I just hit something metal and recorded that and then just pitched it down, or you know, slowed it down, I feel like that would make a good clang sound. Okay, so let's just actually enable the debugging. If I did not? Yeah, I did not. Alright. Wait for Unity to come back. Okay, so only one thing can receive this at once, the OSC stuff. So what I'm actually gonna have to do is close down what you're looking at right now, temporarily exit this. So don't do any redeems yet, although right now or they'll get lost, okay? It's gonna disappear for 1 sec. Boop. Now this here can receive everything. Including the motion. Hi! And now I should be able to see. There we are, they're the 3 temperature sensors. So this really hot one here is probably gonna be the LEDs. Should end in 5A, yeah, that's the one. And whichever one is not written here, 3, 6. So the F9 is the other one. Okay. I'll just copy and paste that. So the really hot one is this. Just drop that into Notepad. And the other one is this. Alright, good to know. Now I can get myself back to normal now. I'm trying to. There I am. Boop. Hey, I'm back. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. Actually, this view's fine. Alright, so let's just drop those into here. Oh my god, Unity, would you please respond? Why am I having such issues with Unity responding right now? There we are. just Unity things, am I right? Okay, so now instead of having an absolute spammy mess of stuff, we just have this. One of these for each extra thermometer, and theoretically I could make, you know, as many as I want. The circuit that I've made for connecting these sensors can deal with... okay, it's supposed to be able to deal with 9 of them. After securing it in position, I discovered one of them is... like, one of the circuit for one of them is dead, so... 8 is actually what it's gonna be. Anyway, if I can think of other things, temperatures of things to measure, it shouldn't clutter up the code anymore to add them. Anyway, let's just make it actually handle this now, shall we? This is where it's receiving the temperature. We don't need to show that anymore. So this here is for controlling the analog one. I feel like I want to rename this. Just something a bit more... what did I name it? Oh, I named it bulb instead of analog. Oh yeah, let's call it bulb then, because it's like a glass bulb. Twitch integrated throwing system. Oh yeah, that's just like a thing that you can... this is like my own thing. I'm trying to make this all myself. I don't want to use... okay, I'm using things that I made by other people for the most complicated parts, or like the most low level, so... For IRC messages and stuff from the IRC protocol, I'm using something called, what is it called? Twitch IRC? I think? Although I ended up modifying that quite a bit. But yeah, I'm sure with the Twitch integrated throwing system you can do that. But like, I'm not using that. So for the throwing cheeses, like... It's what am I doing? What? Stop it! Okay, redeems. It's a redeem. It's cheese. That's what Minnie wanted me to call it. So I did. Which has a cheese outlet, some sounds, the actual piece of cheese itself. Which you can't really see right now. It's up there. And it's not illuminated, so you can't really see the color properly. And then the cheese aims towards the cheese target, which is something that's attached to my head. And there's a collider for it as well. Anyway. I wouldn't need to do all that for the anchor. Well, not quite all of that. Oh my god, Monty! Hi! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you for that subbing. I could just make an animation for the anchor. Even the animation could even control the sound. How's you, Monty? Haven't seen you in a while. But for myself, then I could just like squash down the y-axis like this. I think it's just look amusing if it just squashed me down like that. Unfortunately, the camera is not gonna like look at me when I'm maximum chunk puke. The cat is tired, hot, and very hay fever. Although her hay fever has come down since starting streaming, thank God. Also, my headache's gone. I had a headache because I've been snoozing for literally 2 hours. Anyway, apart from that, hold on a sec. Yeah. Okay. Right now the cat is trying to make some code that's generic enough to show temperature of various things, blah 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 blah. Right now I have the temperature of my room being shown on... oh, right, hold on a second, I didn't restart this. Huh. Oh, okay, one sec. I have to disappear for 1 second, I'll be right back. Boop. I see why it keeps freezing. I don't understand. Well, okay, I see what is causing it to freeze. I don't understand why it's causing it to freeze. Okay, so currently I have the temperature of my room being shown, which should now show up. Given enough seconds. There it is. Ta-da! Thank you very much, Monty. It's gonna take a while though. It's gonna take until like November. But yes, I own the other things. But no, hopefully, like, hay fever will come down. It had reached a point where it wasn't so crazy. Temperatures are going up this week though, and you know, sucky stuff. Oh yeah, I wanted to rename this. Now this is scoping with. Now this is handling more than one temperature thing. I kind of want to rename this to have a bulb in all these places. Oh no, it looks like I'm picking my nose when I'm actually touching my mouth. Hi, Cine Simulator. That sounds nice. Thank you very much. It's fun. I'm not doing it in the best way. I need to learn about inheritance, but I felt really bad just starting to like stare at other people's like forum posts, not even on monitor.
Shut up.
I felt bad trying to learn about it. Oh my god, I just whipped the cheese around. I whip my cheese back and forth. I felt bad trying to learn about it on stream. It's not the most thrilling of, you know. So I can technically touch it. It's just positioned really badly that I usually can't. Also, whenever I put my hand in front of my face to touch it, facial tracking is not happy and my head goes all over the place. Thank you though. Stop!
Post.
No! That's another thing that makes my... Turns out, when you put things in front of your face, things can't see your face. Who would have thought? But thank you. So the cheese thing actually triggers one sound at random from a whole bunch of sounds of people saying cheese or similar things in various languages. A lot of them are submitted by kind viewers. So, friendly reminder that if anyone would like to donate to the cheese sound database, they can. Feel free to, like, I don't know, DM me on Discord or something. Perfect opportunity for me to show myself. There you go. Should you want to join. The main reason that you might is just because I post schedules when I'm going live. That's basically it. And some silly works in progress. But yeah, that's all. Anyway. Or if you want to send a cheese sound, I guess. I guess you could do that through Twitter as well. I don't know. Anyway, right, let's... I have the amazing ability to go on a tangent from, like, literally nothing. I'm gonna rename all these things to have... So is it bulb I want? Temperature... Bulb... Parent thermometer bulb... Temperature... Maybe I should just shout... Just throw a bulb at the very beginning. This is such a messy way of doing it, but... Later I'll put them all back. Oh god, hang on, I just changed the wrong thing. It's the same name as well, Temperature Parent. Oh no! Alright, I'm gonna leave it as it is for now. Later on when I learn about inheritance properly and all the stuff gets moved into its own classes that inherit stuff, we won't have such disgusting names. But for now, We'll have disgusting names. Okay, so this is the part of the code that deals with any temperature being received from any sensor. Oops. So we actually want to change this now. What he used to do was just bail out, return.
Oh, hell no!
Yeah, unfortunately it's gonna be gross. It used to just bail out if the temperature it was receiving was not the room temperature, which is what that is. Now what I wanted to do is, if it is equal to that, it goes ahead and... Wow, thank you very much! It goes ahead and makes you follow. Thank you very much for the follow, Silly. Ah, it sounds really bad calling you Silly. Oh, hang on a sec, we're gonna need this as well, huh? So this IFSH is info for show hide. So show hide, so I have a function called, well, I have a bunch of functions called show and hide, basically. So this is the thing that automatically scales up the thing into view when it receives information and down. It was a cheese? Ah, thank you. So I can actually demonstrate exactly what the show hide thing does. Oh, it just happened, I didn't realize. So I just put the heart rate monitor on and yeah. Okay, my heart rate looks a bit more sensible now. It was kind of high earlier. And if I take that off and wait for like, what is it, 10 seconds? For it to time out, then... Hey, that was it hiding it. So that's what that does. So there's some information for the show hide, depending on whatever you want to be shown or hidden. So there's the object that you want to show, the scale for it to appear at when it's shown, whether it's currently being shown, how long you want it to wait for the timeout, and then when it last received it. So for each thing that should show or hide, that information is needed. C# uni student and hobbyist electronics engineer is right on my street. Nice! That's cool. I have never used C# before until Unity, I'm afraid. I've used C. Mostly for Arduino stuff. I'm guessing you've done some Arduino stuff maybe, if you're into electronics, hobbyist electronics. If not, I highly recommend it. It's very fun. Yeah, that's what I'm using for the thermometers, by the way, the temperature sensors. There, and also the heart rate monitor. They're going through an Arduino. And their data is being received on this little thing that I made. If I, like, clip the sensor to my finger again. It's meant to go on, like, the lobe of your ear, but... Then eventually... There we go. So... The little topper of numbers there is, like, the heart rates. The raw heart rates that is measured right now. And they're just sort of scrolling across from left to right in, like, a ring buffer. And then it sorts them, and then it takes the average of the middle three to try to filter out any sudden noise. Like if I shake my finger, then you're gonna get some weird readings, like 154 there. Oh god. And it's supposed to help that not look so crazy. And then this one here is what it sends over to Unity. That's the one you'll be seeing. But anyway. It's just messages per second. Oh yeah, you can also fool it by sending a single one. Or random ones. That was just for testing. My heart rate is... Oh my god, heart rate is not actually in the 400s. Let's wait for that to disappear. There it goes. I could make it play a sound when it disappears as well. I mean...
Denied.
Oh, it's denied. Oh yeah, right. Also, the reason that I'm looking wavy right now is like... it just stopped. It's right on the verge of kicking in. Every now and then you'll see my avatar look wavy. When the thermometer gets over 30, heat haze kind of kicks in. How does the overlay come out of Unity? Overlay come out of Unity. I've used it for game dev exporting executables, but do you just export as a web project? Oh, right. You mean like this whole thing that you're seeing is like is the Unity thing. So OBS is capturing. Oh, the harder disappeared. Fair enough. Yeah. I don't be wearing it. It makes my. If I have my headphones on for a long time over the top of the sensor, it kind of makes my earlobe hurt a bit. So OBS is capturing, you know, whatever. Typically a game or something. Right now it's just capturing my screen. And it's sending that over into Unity. Also, my hands keep on freezing. There. There are two things on top of each other right now, fighting. So it looks a bit nasty, but... That's using something called Spout, which is basically a way of sharing video memory, I think. Like a texture, essentially. So you can sort of use it as like sort of passing a captured video thing. I can't believe it either! Anyway, so there's a plugin you can get for OBS called Spout. Or Source. It's like a Source? Or is it a plugin? Hold on a sec, let me just have a look. Yeah, so basically it captures that and sends it into Unity, and then OBS captures Unity back, and then that's what you're seeing. But yeah, the notifications appear over there. Oh, hang on a second. I'm having great difficulty getting this camera to move at any speed faster than like a snail's pace. Okay, there we are. If I run it, you'll be able to see. Cats between 120 and 60? Oh, okay, that's not too bad. When I was showing up 140 earlier, it turns out that it wasn't so bad, huh? So normally, when something appears, it sort of appears like that. Fades in. Oh my god, look at that. Inception style. Wow! Names appear down there and stuff. Thank you for the claps. Please don't be 400 BPM. And then over here is where things are composited together. So you've got the view of the avatar. Oh my god. Don't pay attention to the claps too much. They sound like a sparking electrical cabinet or something. My ears, god. Oh yeah, you're down there. These are the claps. Oh my god, this sounds horrible. Oh yeah, right. And so over there are the actual emotes floating through the air. Look at them, off they go. I swear to god. Thankfully I have a way to disable sounds on emotes. And then over here are the chat messages. Where are they? Text bubble? There they are. Each of these. 1, 2, 3. Wait, why are they not? Hang on a sec. There they are. I can pop out one of your messages like this. So one thing I kind of wanted to do was like... One thing I wanted to do was, for bots that are spamming, instead of just, like, I wanted to be able to detect when I ban them, and then, like, it triggers an animation and, like, a hammer comes in and, like, bashes the side of the message or something, and it just goes, like, boom, and falls out or something. I feel like you should be able to easily do that with, like, this? Yeah, it literally starts dropping as soon as I use gravity. I need to change the, like, the drag settings and stuff a bit to get it to fall properly, man. Yeah, I need to tweak the settings a bit, but... It seems like that'd be possible, right? Right now I'm having annoying issues with OBS freezing every... Not OBS. Unity freezing when I'm trying to stop it running. Oh Oh yeah, right, so I'm in a room over here, I was trying to say. There's one camera that's capturing that. And there's one camera that's capturing that. And then over here they're composited together. And depending on the view, one will move in front of the other. So that either the overlay will be on top of me or I'll be on top of the overlay. Sorry. Hive trains? Oh my god, that sounds pretty cool. I think I'm a long way from having a hive train. I'm small. I think that's basically it right now. There's some other ones. There's a yeet, the uke, there's head pads, there's a spray bottle. Oh yeah, there's censoring as well. I haven't turned this into a proper redeem yet, but in the future I'll have like a... Wait, what? What's happened to my sensor shader? What is this? Where's my sensor shader? Broken. Ah! Oh, there it is. Oh my god, what happened to my sensor shader? Damn, okay, something's happened to my sensor shader. It's a bit... not quite working right now. Oh, there it is, there it is. Okay, there we are. That was weird. So I made this little shader to, like, scramble up whatever's behind it. It only really works properly if it's facing the camera. I haven't really worked out how to make it work at other angles. So I just have a script attached that makes it face the camera all the time. And then it sort of looks like this. I kind of wanted to make that a redeem. I haven't done it yet. If I move myself around, can I do that? I can do it somehow. This might look a bit freaky. Oh, that's alright. That's not too bad. Oh man, the motion blur looks weird through that shader, huh? Whatever. Oh hey, it didn't freeze finally when I closed it. No. At some point I want that to be a redeem. This is probably the most creative use of Unity. Ah, thank you! Thank you very much. That means a lot. Okay, so one more thing is that I need for each digital thermometer is one of these IFSHs. I'm just gonna actually put this below. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's above. So when you're programming in C, it sometimes matters about the order in which you declare things. So right now I'm declaring that I want one of these. But I'm declaring what that is later. Or defining what that is later. So, but it seems to be okay with that. Hang on, my OCD is getting the better of me. This must all be neatly aligned. There we are. Okay, so I'm gonna call this ISFH. Digital thermo, I guess? I don't know. Is that gonna work? Yes? Wait. Can be removed as the value assigned is never read. Okay, well, it's because we haven't even written the code to read it yet. Let's actually make it read it. Shader is something I'm even to attempt to look into. I swear to God, as soon as you like try to do anything, as soon as you like get anything working in a shader, you suddenly feel, if you're feeling like you're currently feeling, as soon as you get something working, you'll feel powerful. I know I did. And like, I haven't, you know, I'm still really, really basic with it, but it feels cool to be able to have the shader work somehow. Just the fact that it's running like on the GPU is cool. Feels like you sort of have access to a lot of power. I've just made a few. It's not much. Fun display I never even got working properly. I don't know why it's still there. That was the thing that I started doing one time. But I just made ones to like fix some weird problems in Unity with its transparent one. I don't feel like demonstrating right now because I need to change a lot of lighting to show it off. But And there's this one, which just is what I'm using for the heat haze. Just on the avatar layer. So it's just affecting that one, not that. They can go at different speeds and by different amounts and... Eee. And oh yeah, and then I can also do this. Just narrow it down to a circle, basically. Which I need for one of the redeems. For one of the redeems, I need to sort of just be like a little head in the middle. So I did that. Eee. Now watch me undo for half an hour. Okay, there we are. Did you know OpenAI has a autocoder? Oh, you mean the, what was it called? Copilot? Yeah. Yeah. A friend of mine was playing around with that, coding shaders. She just kind of wrote like a comment, something like draw a red circle or something like that. And then just got the Copilot to start filling in, and it was like, and actually, some of the time it actually wrote, well, a lot of the time it actually wrote code that worked, and most of the time actually did something relevant. It's kind of interesting. I know there was some controversy when it was realized that it was actually copying some code from other projects verbatim, which is probably because a lot of people had done the same thing, right? So when they trained it, there were many examples of this exact piece of code being used. C# doesn't matter as long as it's before when you want to use it. Oh, okay. So where I want to use it is right here. So what we're going to do at this point is we've looked to see if it's just one hard-coded thing for this like bulb, what do you call that? The liquid analog, blah blah blah, this red thing. I can speak, I swear. So now we want to look through each digital thermometer. So I'm going to do 4. How do you do this again? For each... what should I call it? For each current... What did I call it? Current digital thermo. Hang on a sec, can't... So how you doing? I've got Python on the mind right now. In, each digital thermo. Each digital thermo... Wait, what? Oh, I need to specify what it is. Oh, it's actually the info, right? There we go, okay. So let's have a look at it. So first we want to see if the address of the one that we're just receiving right now matches the one that's defined inside this info. So if this dot address is equal to sensor address, and if it is, first of all we want to automatically show it, or yeah, show it. Hold on a sec. Are these public or none? Ah, I made it private, so I can't see it. Whoops. There it is. So that'll take care of making it appear. Hang on a second. Inconsistent accessibility. Huh. Guess I have to make that public then. Okay then. But yes, Devil, I haven't actually tried that yet. I haven't tried the Copilot. Can that work in Visual Studio Code? Or is it only for Visual Studio? Full, you know, real deal. The one that takes up many gigabytes. Which is the reason I'm using code instead. Okay, so at this moment, as soon as it receives a temperature from the right sensor, it's gonna make this appear, but not display anything just yet. So let's make something that displays it. I'm gonna put that into its own function, which is gonna be called show digital. No, how do I explain this? Show digital digits on digital thermometer. Yeah, sounds like a fantastic function name. Show digits on thermometer. I'm flipping now. I hate trying to name things. It's void as well. We might as well just pass in. What do we actually need to be able to show the digits? At this point, we've used this. This is being used by the show hide thing. So is this. And we've used the address. The only thing we've not used is the array of digits. So we could just pass in this, right? We could just pass in the array. Although we could just pass in this as well, that'd be easier. In that case, we might as well just move this into here as well. Let's call it proc digital thermometer or something like that. I don't know, flipping no. Oh my god. Let's call it digital thermo-info. We'll just deal with everything in here. Then it feels less bad to be passing in the entire information into here. Okay, so let's deal with showing the digits. How are we gonna do this? So the temperature gets passed in as a float. Oh yeah, we want that as well. And we've got 4 digits, so 0, 1, 2, 3. So, what's a good way to do this? Kind of want to work through each digit, so we'll start with like tens, units, tenths, hundreds. When I was running that, oh, I only have it set to show 1 digit, huh? Of accuracy. I guess I could change that. Or I could change the model to only show 3 digits instead of 4. For now, I'll just keep the last digit 0. It's gonna be a bit messy, whatever. So the way that we can control the digits is dot, where is it in digits? Digit controller. And there are 3 or 4 of them, 0 to 3. So if I wanted the last one to be 0, I can just do dot. Where was it? Show value. And the integer of the digit to show. Why is it not prompting me to... E? That is correct. Yeah, show value takes an integer, which is the digit to show. Why is it not showing the help for that? The tooltip for that? That's a bit strange. Anyway, so that should change it to show 0. Well, let me just get this to be called as well. Okay. But we actually want the other 3 digits to show the actual temperature, so... What's the best way to do this? Let me remind myself how I did it in the clock controller. Oh yeah, right! Okay, what would be easiest is if I just convert this into an integer and then look at each things. You know what, I'm just gonna convert this into an integer. Where each value is 0.1 degrees Celsius. In other words, I just multiply it by 10. I'm gonna call it FP for fixed point instead of floating point temperature, which is going to be equal to this times 10. It's rounded as well. Is that how you do it? What is happening here? Why is it not? There we are. Wait, it returns a float as well. Whatever. Kind of implicitly convert type floats to int. Nice. Ah, thank you for hydration. Oops. I'm gonna try to drink this properly and not have my head glitch into weird positions. I think it worked. Though my other hand chose to disappear.
Denied.
Nope. I drank that properly. Okay, so basically at this point, the first digit is going to show values of 100, so that's just this divided into division by 100. Next digit shows the tens. Wait a minute. Am I going to add like various goals, like put it where the music is listing? The music listing is. I mean, I could do. I've never used goals before. Yeah, I mean, what kind of goals should I have? I mean, I guess I could make them just the things that I need to add to the program, right? To the Unity thing. Because I have like a long text file. Actually, yeah, you know what? That would be a good idea. But aren't goals for like donations and stuff? I don't even have any way to donate set up. Is that what you mean? I know that there's like a way that you can set up goals. Is it goals for like bits? Ah, I don't know. I haven't looked into this enough. Ah. Also, I don't know why it should cost money for me to make things on Unity. Ah. I mean, okay, the cat does need some upkeep. Alright, I'm putting this in the notes. Make goals, question mark? For... for upkeep? Oh god, I just blew into my microphone. For upkeep of... I just did it again! Of the cat. When I'm looking this way, the pop shield does not save my mic. Cats need cat things. Yeah, they do. Or for things to work on Unity, question mark? I don't know, what kind of things do you think I should have then? Also, this is going to work for the 100s, but it's not going to work for the 10s. Because you effectively need to subtract whatever is remaining from that. FP temperature minus equals this over 100 times 100. Is there any easy way for me to do this? Oh, this needs to be rounded as well. Hang on a sec. Wait, there's round to int. Oh my god, I didn't realize there was such a function. That's useful. I feel like there's a more graceful way to do that. Also, we just want to divide by 1000? No, 10, right? Okay, so this is to reduce by... Oh my god, I could make this into a loop, you know? I need to do the same thing like 3 times basically, so... No, I meant any ideas for the goals. That doesn't have to involve maths. Okay, so I'm gonna make a loop which is 4 in digits. equals int digit equals 0. Int digit is less than 4, I guess. Let me just try and make this as absolutely as common as possible, as generic as possible. So we could go by the length of the array of digits. And then for this, we can multiply it by I don't know. Okay, so for each digit, we want to do this. I wonder if I'm coming at this from the wrong angle. Why don't I start from the smallest digits and go upwards? What if I start from this, the highest one, and it ends on 0? For each digit from least significant to first most significant. And since these go into hundredths, I'm going to multiply by 100. Multiply by 100 because least significant digit represents 1/100th of a degree. Okay. Now we just need to look at the ones column and then divide by 10 to shove it down. Let me just explain. Let me write it down. So say we have the temperature of 20.52 degrees Celsius, right? First of all, we multiply by 100. That turns it into 2052. So we get rid of the decimal point for the start. And then we want to just look at this digit here. We set the last digits on here to this. And then, wait, how do you do that again? This is really easy to do if you're doing it in hexadecimal, but how the hell do you do it in, like, actual decimal? Maybe it would be easier to go in this direction, huh? Because if you want to start from this here, what you do is, like, divide it by 100? No, 1,000, right? Yeah, 1,000. Which would give you this, but since we're working in an integer now, it just gives you this. Then that's the digit that you want to show. And then you subtract 2,000 from this, and you're left with that. So you basically dealt with the first digit at that point. And then you kind of do the same thing, right? Goals for the stream could be to travel, go to an event. Oh my god, way too much social anxiety. Tech stuff to invest into the stream. Imagine if I could get air conditioning. I do actually have a really, really loud, not particularly good portable aircon thing. I've never used it in a stream because frankly it's really loud. Funny, silly things are good too. Ways to gamify the stream, and yes, of course, it should cost money. Alright. Thank you. I guess I should set up a donation thing sometime as well. Cool. cat. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I just had a good idea. What if? No wait, that would make me jump so much, and it might not be a good idea to do this. But wouldn't it be funny if you can make a redeem, which is like cool down cat or chill the cat, and it actually turns on the aircon. I can foresee that being a bad thing to have working it all the time though, because you know it's loud, and if people are trying to actually like sleep or preparing to sleep in the house, that might not be good, and things. Yeah. Kind of a bit expensive. Kind of me, I swear to God. My room does not need heat. The heat of the cat is just by me turning on the stream, I've already done that redeem on myself already. That's really just my computer being in streaming mode is yeah. Actually, let me just change the thing. I can change the thing that might make it run slightly cooler as long as it doesn't make it stream lag too much. Looks like it's alright. Cook the cat! Please no! God! Trying to work out. Wait. That is what I need. Wait, is that what I need? Modulo, right? Modulo is the operator I need, right? I think what I need is the modulo operator. Okay, I've got it now. It's simple and nice thing. So what's gonna happen is, in my example of 20.52, it's gonna look at these digits, which you can do using modulo if I'm not mistaken. Is there a way you can just like test really quickly? Does calculator on this have a modulo operation? Mod 2052, mod 10 should just give us 2, right? And then once we've divided it by 10, so we only have 205 left. So you do 2052, divide by 10, you get this. Because integer, you end up with 205. Then you do modulo 10, and you get 5. Okay, nice. So modulo basically just means divide by 10. Well, sorry, divide, and keep only the remainder. And I wanted to do divide by 10. Oh my god, I just choked on myself. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold cat of out? I get the reference. Did it start off as a Garfield meme? Because I saw it on a Garfield image. The meme with the computer maths lady? Yeah, I do. That was me for a moment, for like, I don't know, 5, 10. Oh, it was just a tweet originally? For some reason, the first time I saw it was with like a really high-looking Garfield screenshot. That's kind of funny. Please do not cook the cat. Please do not cook the cat. Okay, so what we're gonna do is look at the rightmost digits. So percent is how you do modulo, right? That's how I did it before. Use rightmost remaining digits in temperature value. Or show, more like display, rightmost remaining digits 0 to 9. There. And then finally we're going to divide by 10. Look at all that crap we can get rid of. Look at all that crap. Integer divide by 10 to remove rightmost digit in temperature value. Or to more like two shifts. Digits digits to right by 1, losing the one we just used. Oh, the Garfield popularizer? Okay. I know, it's so satisfying! We can get rid of that as well. That should be it, right? And then at the very end, it actually causes the entire thing to bloop, blow up and scale up on the display. I think that should be it, right? I think that should be it. I think that should actually be it. And it's going to do this for as many digits as they are. So starting from number 3... Oh, hold on a second. Boop. There we are. Actually set the correct digit. Not the 0th digit every time. So the first one's going to be... the length is 4, so the first one's going to be 3. So it's 3 to this. Divided by 10. Says number 2 to that. Divided by 10. Says number 1 to that. And at that point, the temperature will be something like, where are we? Okay, let's look at one of these examples. 25. With no decimal points. 25 will become 2500. So the first digit is going to become, that's the rightmost digit, is going to become 0. The next one should become 0. That should work, that should just work. Imagine knew how to program. Man, I want to make a Unity game as well. I've not done one yet. I've never made a Unity game. Unity is made for making games, but I've never made a game. All I've done is make VR chat avatar. By the way, this is originally my VR chat avatar. I mean, it still kind of is. There's just a few more things added to it. The super secret Easter egg that no one's ever seen before. Actually, they probably have. They certainly have on VR chat. I've had to stand still while people read the collar on my neck. Yeah, all I've done is make, well, not really make, kind of make the VR chat avatar. It's based on your kit schedule by the person whose name I always forget. But I've finally added it to my Twitch details. And this Unity thing is the other thing I've done. One sec, you might hear a copy of me playing. One sec. Unity thing. No, shut up. Arisaka Mito is the name of the person who made the base. Before it had twin tails, back when it had human ears as well, which I've removed. Can't really show you without showing you the inside of my head, which is quite empty. Didn't have the skirt, had a different color this. Didn't have a collar, had completely different legs. I transplanted new legs and feet onto here. Didn't have a whiskers, different eyes. I can't remember what else I changed. Anyway. We met when I was still using that base too. Yeah, we did! Code Academy? Is that like a online course kind of thing? Like a YouTube? I know there are some people who do YouTube channels who try to... I mean, I learned all that I learned for making shaders on... Maybe I should link to that. There's a really good YouTube video for that. It's literally designed for doing it in Unity as well. Because there are some tutorial videos for shaders that I designed for if you're making shaders for Shader Toy. There's a website called Shader Toy, which is like a big collection of shaders that you can run in your browser for doing fancy effects. Unity's ones are a little bit different. And there are two different kinds. And there's a very, very good video, very starting from scratch for making them in Unity. If you're interested. I don't remember what it's called. Code Academy is a free resource to learn programming for beginners. Sounds useful. Alright, I think it's about time that I run this and see if this works. Let me hide these by default. So that, you know, if they appear, then that part of the code is working. Or does that disappear by default? No, wait a minute. Do they disappear by default? Excuse me, I have hiccups. So when does this disappear? Oh, it automatically does that. It automatically hides it when you run this. Set up ISFH. What is 10 and 15? Oh, timeout in seconds, right? Aha, so I need to call this for each of the digital thermometers. Okay, hold on. Oof, I just do that. And actually, for each. Actually, let me just let me copy and paste this one line. So for each of the digital thermometers, I need to call this setup info for show hide. Almost forgot about that. That would have caused a problem. Setup IFSH. Digital thermo.ifsh. The object to show is going to be the parent. The timeout seconds is going to be, I guess, 15. Okay. I think it's now finally time to try it. Does mean that I'm gonna have to exit. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go poof. Poof. Thank you! That is not the poof I was trying to do! Thank you very much! My problem now. I'm just gonna disappear so that I can take care of the headache that I now have from having bits thrown at me, and I'm kidding. Thank you very much. And let's run this and see what happens. Probably a bunch of errors in the console, but let's find out. No errors yet. Waiting for it to get the first. Is it receiving anything?
Not too shabby. Let me pat your head.
Thank you. I mean, there are no errors, but there's also nothing happening. I'd say it's pretty shabby. Let me just bring that up here so I can see if it's even receiving anything at all. Unity, please. Unity, come back. Unity. Oh my god. There you are.
Denied.
It actually was denied. What is this? Wait, shoutout or succeeded is never used. What's that? Okay, we are. Hey, look at that! It works! Why did it not work the first time? Nice! Ah, that looks so cool! The way you can see each the segments move to show it. Ah, nice! Ah, I'm really happy about that. Hell yeah! Now I just need to like edit the model so that so that the last digit is not useless. Tasks as CD stream? Hell yeah! Wait, this is where I have like, this feels really weird when I have like an out-of-body experience. I'm just looking at myself, talking to the stream like this. It's like, feels really weird to see from this angle.
Cheese.
There, I think I'm looking at you. I can't tell because there's cheese on my face. cookie though. If I zoom out, you can see where the cheese spawns. I think it's somewhere around here, and this goes and hits me. It looks bad from this angle though, because wait, why? What am I talking about again? Oh yeah, right, because you can see that it starts fast and slows down. I just have to do that so that it doesn't clip through. Oh yeah! So those lights, they look weird on this view. On here they look correct. These spheres are purely so that you can see, hold on, let me zoom in and scroll a bit. They're purely for this. For the bell, for the reflections in the bell. That's all they are for, therefore. Really, they have lights on them. Like that. Really, there are 3 spotlights that are shining at me like that. Oh my god, it looks like I'm being abducted by a UFO or something. I thought about changing like the intensity or the what's it called? The width or something? Or the angle. Like that. But then it just doesn't illuminate enough. There, it's just capturing the bottom of my head there. I guess I can increase the intensity. Oh my god. Holy crap. That looks interesting, although my eyes look kind of scary. Let's make it super bright. I'm being blinded. Stop. Nah. Oh my god, look, I'm actually casting a shadow. What is this? What is this unintentionally high budget effect right now? I'm summoning the devil? No, I just look like someone's shining like headlights at me or something. Although my eyes do glow in the dark, yeah. They've always done that. Don't look at the bell though. The bell is fading. The bell shouldn't look like this. Okay, let's not do that. Color, blah, 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 blah. I think this. So I think a cookie is supposed to be like isn't it like a gobo in like real life lights, the go between things? So basically like how do I explain it? Like a metal not a metal thing. A shutter, like kind of like a shutter that goes between the light and the lens of the light. So it just projects a pattern. So like you could project like a series of dots or stars or something like that. I think that's what a cookie's meant to be, right? I'm not entirely sure though. I've never got it to work, so... But maybe that's what I need. Alright, so that actually works. Holy crap, look at that! I would want some labels on it or something though. Yeah, I'll worry about that another time. Cookie is a mask that goes over the light lens. Okay, why did I not get that to work? You know what? Let's see if we can get it to work right now. Right now. Give me a sec. One sec, I'm gonna hide that because they're not correct. Wait, I'm not even showing the screen, sorry. Wait, you're capturing that anyway, this is fine. What a weird way of streaming right now, literally just capturing Unity that is me, instead of the compiled version. Okay, let me just go into assets and... I don't really have a good folder to put them in, to be honest. Let's put them in extra models. Light cookies. Light cookie. I don't know. And I'll have this up on my screen in just a moment. I'll stop talking to myself. Cookie test. Alright. There you go. So, what if I just kind of draw something? So I guess it's like black is like that, right? And then the white's the part that's going to show through. So theoretically, if I draw something like this, no, I need to fill. So theoretically, if I do something like, I'm trying to align my mouse as 0, 0, there we are. Come on, hit 128, please. 128, please. 128. 129, 127, 128. There we are. Off. Right. Save. So, like, theoretically, if you just, hang on, I'm gonna come back. I wanna come back properly. Here I come. Here I come. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oof. Okay, I'm back. So theoretically, if I assign that, right, to say the green spotlight, like find it inside here. Here it is. And if I throw that onto the here, oh my god, that had an immediate effect. I'm not quite sure what it did exactly, but let me turn these off. Oh my god! Nemo! Holy crap! Hi! Thank you so much! Wow! You've joined a cat looking at itself from the third person having an out-of-body experience. Wow! Hello! Hi, hi, hi! I'm waving! My hands are not cooperating. Hello! Damn! Wow! Lacinia? 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 I'm a cat, so I'm tempted to pronounce any time I see NYA as Nya. Ah!
Cheese.
That is cheese. How's your stream, Nimu? Wow. Hello. Oh my god.
Cheese.
Holy crap. Thank you.
Cheese.
Okay. Look, I was thanking you. Now you're just spamming cheese on my.
Cheese.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow, but not thank you for the cheese. For God's sake. I can't even see what I'm looking at anymore. Okay, I can look at someone. My headphones are gonna fall off if I keep doing this.
I can't believe you've done this.
Thank you for the backs. I was just experimenting with these. There are some 3 spinning lights going around me. Not that you can see them very easily. They're like casting different shadows. It's sort of like red, green, and blue. If I hold my hands out, maybe you can... Okay, so one hand is looking like blue, one's green. As they come around, green and red. And red and blue, like that. Because there are these 3 lights spinning around. These. They sort of just go... whoosh! Like that. Well, not quite like that. Ah, the stream is good. How's the stream going? Ah, it's alright. It's pretty good. It's a lot better now, thanks to you. Wait, that sounds super rude. I mean, it was fine before, but I'm very honored. Holy crap! Thank you, thank you, Fadzen. Wow, and congratulations to Choco, David, Oku, Devil, and Uavanacht. And look at me just, look at me just fail to pronounce everyone's name properly. Oh my god. No. It was good. I'm very, very thankful for you. So what I was trying to do was learn about so-called cookies. Well, this isn't what I was trying to do originally. I was trying to get like the thermometer things working, but I just got them working. I'll show them off in a moment. But apparently, there's a thing you can do on Unity on lights called cookies, which is kind of like shining the... Why? Okay. Sorry, please forgive me. It's like shining a light through a filter, kind of like a shutter, like a shaped shutter. So I'm trying to make a cookie that looks like this. I mean, I've literally just drawn that. I mean, I haven't even drawn it. I just was lazy and used the star tool on MS Paint. But technicalities aside, Wet cat? No! I mean, okay, I'm gonna let you into... Wait, no, I shouldn't say it. Wait, that sounds even worse if I now stop saying it. Oh god! Can we forget that I ever started that sentence? So anyway, let's try this. I should see like a star being projected onto the floor if the cookie is working how I want it to work. Oh, it's super bright. Hold on. I don't think this is working how I thought it would be working. I was expecting to see like a star shape projected down there, but am I doing something wrong? Does it need to be a certain type of texture, like this? Wait, it literally does. There's cookie right there. Apply. Does that make it work? Size is too large? Maybe. Well, all it's done is make it smaller. Can it not be 128 by 128? I mean, I can scale it down. Wait, I can just get... Oh, hold on a sec. There's something weird happening. Look at this, look at this. It looks... What am I doing? Light. It looks all white on here. This is for spotlights as well, right? Yeah, that's correct. Why is it looking white? Is no white star is too big? It could... it could be. What if I just shrink that down? Like that. And make that black. I'm caring about quality right now. Oh my god. Okay, just... Why does the bucket tool have to be so... uncooperative sometimes? What is actually happening right now? Oh, at the top as well. And the side. Oh my god, every single side. I might as well just have redrawn the star at this point. Nah, it still looks white on here. I wonder if it's trying to do it using transparency or something, you know? I don't have Photoshop on here, so I can't... What are you talking about, Scuff Star? It's perfect! I've never seen a better star than this. And I won't hear anything else. Alright, alpha is transparency? I hope not, because... Wait, hold on, okay, hold on. Why is now that I've made alpha is transparency be ticked? Does it actually show up as a star up here? Even though there's no transparency? Does the light component have an alpha source option? I mean, this is literally just black and white, but... hold on a sec. From grayscale? Oh my god. This looks better. This looks promising. Coffee. Alright, hold on, is that actually working now? Oh my god, it's working! Look at that! Look at that! The background actually has a star now. Wow! Thank you, you actually set me off looking on the right track when you said that. Let me just put this back to like a perfect star now. Let's shrink this down. Hey, look at that! That looks like super pixelated though. I mean, who would have guessed why?
Too shabby. Let me pat your head.
Alright, bye bye, Kip Cop. Thank you very much for stopping by and for the follow and not for the cheese. Oh, and thank you, the old fool. I don't think I actually thanked you. Yeah. Bye. Yeah, so it's 128 by 128. Turns out 128 by 128. You scale it up and it looks like that. Let me just change some things. Is this the color that I need for... thank you for the pats. The hand is behaving slightly strangely right now. I'm gonna make it 1024 because 1024 shouldn't be too much. What is that? 1024 die 1024 by 4. What is that? 4 megabytes. 4 megabytes of VRAM. Although it only needs to be black and white, right? So does that mean it's gonna use only one color channel? Maybe. The 1024? That should work. Then if I just kind of make that black, and then maybe if I make that a... Yeah, that should work. This should work. This'll work. You know what? I'm not actually sure that I want this because you know how the lights are going around my head right now? It might look really weird if you just start seeing sharp cutouts. Although I guess I could, if I really wanted to, I could blur this picture of a star so that it sort of has a fuzzy edge. That could work, right? I'm guessing it's not binary, like threshold kind of thing. I'm guessing it sort of can have fading around the edges. Oh my god, thank you very much for that follow! Taco-kin. I kind of really want to select from 0 on the top left here, but it's not gonna quite let me. So... ah. No, this isn't gonna work. Oh, 1 by 1, that's good enough. Wait, what? Oh, it's still 12:04. Hang on a sec. Let me just, Oh, I see. Hang on a sec, I'm being stupid. Ah, okay. If I hide the ribbon as well, I think I can... Oh, you can't hide the ribbon, you can hide the status bar. Man, I wish I could hide the ribbon. Wait, I can. I can. It's still not enough. Damn, I was hoping I could... Maybe I can get away with this. Man, paint looks so weird when you hide everything, huh? That's 0, 0. I may need to turn down my mouse sensitivity because this is... There we are. I'm just looking at the bottom where it says size. I'll just make it say 1024. Okay, there we are. There we go. Save. It's kind of weird how I have to drag this slider spot angle to get it to update. Oh well. Oh my god, look at that. That's so clean now. Okay, it's just Alpha 8. That's good to know. So it's not using 4 megabytes, it's using 1.3 megabytes. I've never seen something use the Alpha 8 color format before. That's really nice. I usually see it saying, what is it? RGB... something or other. Ah, never mind. Okay, rep mode is clamp, bilinear... Do I need maps? Oh, of course, every time I change it, I have to drag the slider, don't I? I might as well keep maps on. Maps being the lower resolution version that it uses when it's from a distance. Try what I sent on Discord. Ah, sorry, silly simulator! I have links being blocked. Ah! Give me a sec, let me just have a look at what you sent me on Discord Academy. You sending me... Oh, you mean the Minecraft screenshots? Or... something else? Huh? Oh, Nemu, sorry, why am I looking at Academy? I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! I'm looking at what Nemu said. Not Academy, I'm sorry! I was looking at the thing that you sent in Memes Media Academy as well. The original meme about that. Why do they call it oven when you of in the cold food of out hot eat the food? The one that I just saw as Garfield first. I'm sorry, both of you. You're both cuties who refuse to acknowledge the fact that you're cute. So I just get confused. Sorry. Saved. But yeah, Nimu sent me a pretty nice looking cookie. I know you're not gonna be... Hang on a sec, why does this look like only the very edge? This is interesting, look at this. You have to have a certain brightness before it shines onto me. Sorry, a certain angle before it shines onto me. Why is that? .9 is what we had, right? Yeah. Is this to do with this? No, this is just for the shadows. And the airplane is also only for the shadows? Oh, is it because of range? No, that just controls how the brightness changes. further back in the scene. Yeah, that would probably work. As long as it can shine through the ceiling? Well, I can turn off casting of shadows on the ceiling, I guess. Ceiling shouldn't be casting shadows anyway, it makes no sense. Alright, let's try it. But this is being animated. Bright Spots is being animated by this. But it's only controlling rotation, okay. So yeah, I should be able to move the entire thing back. Alright, let's try it. Hey, look at that! Now the lights are really far back. Hopefully they're not casting... Hopefully the shadows... Hopefully the shadow is not casting a ceiling. Yeah, hopefully the ceiling is not casting a shadow. Oh, I actually have cast shadows turned off. Good. If I turn that on, then does that block out this? No. Alright, whatever. Not complaining. Horizontally, not vertical. Oh, it's on the... It's just like... It's on a... I'm trying to keep the... You know what I mean? Just the distance changing. Wait a minute, why is it working now? Oh my god, I just moved one of the lights. Hold on a sec, I'm making big stupid mistakes. I think I literally just moved one single light instead of the entire assembly. Oh no, I did move the entire assembly. Okay, I'm flipping confusing myself here. Yeah, just the green one clips out when it's not far back enough. Alright, let's throw the cookie onto the other things. I might try your cookie in just a minute, Nimue. That moment when the hedgehog casts... Ow, the edge! Shad owl the hedgehog. Oh yeah, right, I will need to shrink the cookie as well, yeah. Oh, that's... No, wait, that's a really gross way of doing it, though. That's such a nasty way of doing it. Have like a huge texture and just like a tiny little star in the middle? Ah, there must be a better way of doing it. Oh, what did you mean then? Can you actually shrink the cookie? What, you mean change the resolution? Would that actually work? It's like I have to twiddle the things and all of the... There we are. I don't know how you change the size of the cookie. This is the first ever time I've used cookies, by the way, so I'm really sorry that my noobishness is showing. Call upon goldfish to be my warrior. I mean, my memory is like that of a goldfish. Does that count? Oh, you mean the size of the little lights, right? The angle. They're this thing, right? Yeah, that thing. Oh man, that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Trouble is, they're probably also going to be casting... They're probably also going to be shining like a long... Whatever, let's just press the play button and see what happens. I'm going to be T-posing, unfortunately, because this version of me right now is stealing all of the motion data. This won't be able to receive it. Wow, look at that! Man, it's kind of, pixelated still, huh? I'm guessing the pixelation will be worse as I turn the angle up. That looks kind of cool, I'm gonna be honest. Not really how I was intending. There's the green one moving across there. There's the red one moving across there. And there's the green again. What? There's the green? And there's the red. Oh, red and blue are kind of on top of each other, aren't they? That's a bit weird. Green? Blue? Red? Blue? Huh? Why have you got the blue being invisible now? What's up with the shadow? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, because they're not all on my head at once. Like that. I've just shrunk it down. Okay, so red is down there. Blue is there. Oh, is it just the blue one casting a weird shadow? Is that what you mean? No, it is blue. I think I just need to move this entire section of lights. Let's having a look where they're each aiming from this point of view. Look at how you had it and look at the back wall. How I had it, look at the back wall. You mean, move the position all the way back where it used to be? Or something like that? Also, why am I not seeing any of these shadows on the floor right now? It's strange. Oh, there they are, right. Oh, that looks so nice seeing them on the floor and the wall, oh my god. The angle to be the same size, and then the blue star we didn't see, it was on the back wall. Oh, was it? It just wasn't showing up on my head, but it was showing up on the... Is that what's happening? So red is sweeping across now, and here comes blue. Yeah, maybe it just doesn't show up when it's on my head, huh? Or does it? So there's red, and there's green, and there's red, and there's blue and green. I had to move them far back though, because like for some reason when they were closer, it's just like doesn't show up on me at all. It's very strange. Wait a minute, why did I trigger twice? Oh, because one's for me and one's on Unity. Interesting. Alright, double hydration, yeah? No, I'll just do it once. Oh, hold on. Let me take this opportunity to show you. It's very, very important that you hydrate. So please, if you can, drink some Nyan juice. Not sponsored. But if you don't have access to Nyan juice, then like, I don't know, anything will work, I guess. No, it's not double. Move it backwards, but lower them. Tilt them up in my face. Wow, no, I wanted it to be on this angle. I wanted to be able to see the hair casting shadows on my face. Also, how can it be too high? Oh yeah, also the room is not going to be here anymore, unfortunately, because I just... I just changed the view, and it changed on Unity as well. So, whoops. One a sec. Minnie! Hello! Hi! I'm gonna isolate Minnie. Where's Minnie? Why am I not... Which one's Minnie? Is it this one? Nope. This one? Oh my god. Yeah, there you are. It's the Mini! I'm sorry, I'm just abusing my power right now because I'm running this in the... Sorry. I'm running this in Unity Editor so I can like... I can flip you around. That's you, Nimu! The old fool, I can't relate to that. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't had that one happen. No, that one's not happened to me. I'm sorry if it has happened to you though. It sounds like very inconvenient. Can I reach you? I mean, you're a long way away. I mean, I guess technically if I could move myself forwards... Hold on a sec. Yeah, I guess I could. You wouldn't see me on the other camera though, because that camera is configured to only... Hold on a sec. Can I move myself that way? No. Can I move myself this way? Yes. Oh my god, I'm tiny though compared to you. Oh my god, I'm still miles away from it. Holy crap. I'm a long way away. Look at me, look how large you are in comparison. I'm so small. I guess if I move you over to, if I enable something... Hang on a sec. I'm gonna not illuminate it anymore though either, because the lights are way back there. Somewhere. I'm so small. Hang on, I think it'd be funny if I enable the camera that's capturing the UI to see me. Sorry. I'm there. I'm this tiny little thing. Right there. It's so tiny. Which one is it? Where am I positioned? There. This one? Yeah. There I am. I'm this tiny little thing. Amazing. Oh, I think I'm clipping. I think I'm clipping through the message somewhere around there. It's really difficult to see what the hell's going on. Find the Yuke season 1. Where's Yuki at? There we are. I'm actually half through it. Oh my god, you can see the transparency. Oh, that behaves strangely. Holy crap. Oh, I guess it's just transparent, yeah. Alright, I think that's enough being silly. Sorry to say. Unity? 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 Hello? Oh, there we are. That was weird. Having a lot of weirdness with the Unity not closing and freezing and doing Unity things, basically. I think I might hold back from using cookies for now. But it was kind of interesting. It's gonna move this entire... Wait, what? Okay? Thank you for the bats! Should I apply or... I just want this whole thing to be moved back to where it was. Okay, there we are. Panic putting everything back to where it was. Remove the cookies. Turn on this. There we are. Okay, oh yeah, I never even showed you the temperature things working. Oh yeah, wait, they wouldn't have been working because this was running. Okay, if I want to show you these temperature things working, I have to try and do a very subtle transition. Watch this. Followed by... There we go. Now you could never tell that my interface thing wasn't, my Unity thing wasn't running. Now I can run this. Ta-da! I'm here. Hi. I've teleported. I'm now inside a box. So yeah, the temperature over here is my room currently, like at my level, at my height level. So I'm gesturing and you can't see me. And this one up here is temperature higher up in my room, which is a bit strange. I don't understand why it's lower when the heat should be rising. And this one here is the my LED lighting temperature. It's kind of hot. It's yeah, what I'm using to illuminate myself so that my camera can actually see me and not just be like, not really moving correctly. Thank you very much for the follow. That's yeah. Thank you. Unfortunately, now your follow name is only going to be wait, hold on. There we are. Your follow name is now in the box. Unfortunately, now when I go back to the compiled version, it's not going to be there. Don't worry, I'll fix it. What am I doing? Compiled. Have you ever been beaten by a wet spaghetti noodle by your girlfriend? Joke's on you! Imagine me having a girlfriend. No. I can stop reading at that point. But hello, thank you, Maya. Maybe one day I'll be able to do that, but not right now. Can't relate. I'm gonna stop this for a moment and jump back over to here and. Wait, where am I? There I am. Woof. Scared I wasn't coming back for a second then. You wish you were so lucky. Enjoy the raid and have come to stream on the vaccine. Alright, bye. Thank you again. Thank you very, very much. I hope it was okay. I hope you had fun. And like, yeah, I totally understand. Ah, thank you. Thank you for the pats. The pats are working a lot better now that I've just restarted it. So sometimes the pads look really weird. The hand sort of goes like this, and it like aggressively like a like baps me in like this sort of way. Yeah, my hand is not really wanting to cooperate right now with how aggressively I'm doing it. Yeah, the hand.
Cheese.
The cheese also comes from the screen. It's meant to look like it's coming straight from you, like your hand is going into your screen, patting my head. Yee. But please don't like actually punch your screen to try to do that. I was gonna say something, what was it? Oh yeah, right, I totally understand how after you've streamed, please relax, please. No, don't! They'll just bring you pain, fool, don't do that. Can I call you fool? It feels weird to call you thee or old. I mean, well, it doesn't feel good to call you fool either, I'm gonna be honest. Wait, which Linkin Park mini? I've become so numb, or crawling in my skin, or they're the only two I can think of off the top of my head. They're the meme ones. I do actually like some Linkin Park though. I don't know a lot by title, but I like it when I hear it. Can I submit Cheese voice in 2 languages? Yeah, totally. So we have sounds. We have a maximum of I think 3 sounds. This isn't a hard limit I've set or anything. It's just that I think the most sounds that any one person submitted is 3, 4, maybe 4. I actually can't remember. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, so basically, when cheese is thrown in my face, a random sound is chosen from arguably the most important database of our time, the cheese sound database. Database, can't speak.
Shite.
Like that, for example, which I believe was Hungarian, if I can remember correctly. And if you would like to contribute to the to the noble cause of cheese sounds, then you can. Please feel free. If you'd like to, I'm going to use this as a perfect opportunity to shield myself. But no, in all honesty, you can send sounds to me on Discord or something. Yeah. That's all. That's the only reason I typed that, I swear to God. And like, I kind of post schedules of when I'm going live. That's the only reason you might want to look there. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Alright, fine. I deserve the cheese. Cheese. Anyway, that's all. Also, I'm uploading old archives very, very, very slowly. Fresh! Hi! I saw you saying my cat earlier. I didn't realize it was you that banned it. I'm sorry, I read the comment. I didn't read the name. Sorry, hi Flash. Okay, so I've got the thermometer working right now. It only has 3 digits. Sorry, it has 4 digits. But the temperature that I'm receiving is only accurate to 1. So... tempted to go on Blender and remove the rightmost digits. Do you think I should do that? I think I probably should. Will it look really weird to just have a display that's only 3 digits? I've never seen one in real life. I've only ever seen like 4-digit displays. Or 6, you know, like multiples of 2. Ah, thank you very much for joining! Hi, welcome! Also, welcome to... That's it. Alright. Yeah, but no pressure. Just for silly times. Just for fun times. Just for the lulls. Okay, so something else I was doing. Oh, yeah. Right, there's another much more important thing that I need to do. Rather than remove a digit from something that is not even going to be on screen half the time, because I'm normally on this view. Instead of this view. Those emotes. Wait, hang on a sec. Where's my pad? What? What? Where is your pad? What? Wait a minute, did you just redeem it and it didn't happen? What? What? I redeemed a pad to you. You did! It was 2 minutes ago. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Did it happen? Hold on a sec. Let me do something to myself.
Cheese.
I mean, that works. Did the pad happen? Is your server dry on memes? There are some memes. But, I mean, more are welcome. Drazen posts a lot. The pattern. I put it only on socials, I'm sorry. There you go. Boop. Yeah, as long as it's not like, you know, too off topic and stuff. Also, welcome Fatsen. But yeah, as long as it's not too, you know, like how do I explain it? As long as it follows the same kind of rules that my chat rules follow, so you know, should be okay. Oh my god, it's already happening! It's already happening! I'm looking at the memes channel. Oh my god, there's a lot already. How have you posted 4 already? Holy crap, 5! Oh my god, they're coming in thick and fast. Alright, I'll look at those properly later. Oh my god. So welcome you. Okay, what was I doing? Right, so one thing that I was working on a long time ago was a proper shoutout command. They did, it's fine. Yeah, I was making a shoutout command. Trying to remember how I was doing this one. Something on UI, and then notify, and then oh no, yes, there we are. Shout out. Oof, I'm getting a little bit bad. So we have SOBG, which is shout out background, and SO text, which is a shout out text. There's top and there's bottom text. It sounds like a meme. Top text, bottom text. But it's actually a thing. So right now it doesn't do a whole lot. What entire nation? Okay, let me try. Let me show you what it does currently. It pulls a bunch of information from the Twitch API and
Cheese.
wow, you got the double of cheese. You just did that just in time for this Unity one to catch your redeem as well. Your what's it called? Redeem? Mine's gone blank. So there's this placeholder text here right now. If I now do shoutout Nemo underscore. Is that how you do it? Can't remember. Yeah, there we go. And there we are. It shows this. It's not able to show a huge amount of information. By the way, right now it is actually using this. This is your offline image, right? Oh, it used to be Nemo. Oh no, it's gonna spam it twice. Oh no.
Jeez.
Oh my god, that's synchronized. Cheers. Yeah, sorry, Auto Yuki's gonna say this twice. I'm sorry about that. That's because there are two Auto Yukis now. There's this one. So Auto Yuki is just my Unity thing. Also, do you find this funny? Because I do. The fact that you can change the text color in the log, in the debug log, and size, just randomly in the middle of the log. Last seen streaming appears. Okay. Ah, it's your old one, right. So I'm just using that as a placeholder. Eventually I'll show the current one, right? Yeah. It's just downloaded, like it's kind of hard-coded right now. Eventually it will download the actual background from, you know, whoever I'm shouting out. So if I were to, for example, shout out Mini. Downloads a bunch of things and shows that there. So normally it shows more information like that. But yeah. And it downloads like a bunch of things, so somewhere around here it should show the actual... okay, it doesn't. Okay, oh my god, there's so much debugging text that I don't need to be showing here. Look at this absolute mess for this one command. Alright, why don't we move the code to be SO instead of shoutout? Yeah, I probably should. I should do that. In fact, I'll do that right now, because I'm going to be working on it right now. The shoutout command. So what I actually want to happen is, obviously a sound is going to play when that happens, and it's going to download the actual image for the background instead of just having the Nimu's one as a placeholder. And more importantly, I want their avatar to appear in my hand as a thing that I can look at and like give head pats to, and it's going to be like a plane, like a square, like a card. One side is going to have the person's avatar, and the other side, when I flip it around, is going to have the logo of the game that they were last playing, if there is one. Alright, thank you very much, Fool. Thanks for topping up the meme supply. 23 new messages. Alright, thank you. Yeah, so that's what I need to do. And right now I actually have it currently, I did, Minnie, I did. So right now I have, it obtains the URL that it needs to go to get those images. It doesn't actually download them just yet. So brace yourself, because we're about to dive into some code, which is not the neatest of things. Where was the shoutout stuff done? Did I put it inside here? Oh, command processor, yeah. That's where it gets kicked off. Oh yeah, right. I'm also trying a new theme on Visual Studio Code right now called, I can't remember exactly what it's called. It's a high contrast dark theme instead of a high contrast light theme, which I was using before, which just gets completely washed out to white when it's being captured on my stream, and, you know, hurts people's eyes. And it's unreadable, yeah. So when you do the shoutouts, it's currently shoutouts, so I'm going to change it to SO. I'm gonna have these moved into their own functions eventually. I never remember what C# calls them. Methods, right? In my head, they're all just variables and functions. But C# likes to call them properties and methods. So anyway, and then that kicks off the main thing, which is do shoutout. And do shoutout starts doing this thing. It makes an instance of shoutout and tells it to begin the thing. Login name is just the like the username, basically, of the person who you're wanting to shout out. So Nimmu underscore, for example. And then that runs by itself in the background because it needs to do a whole bunch of calls, which Twitch might take a while to return. You know, it needs to get information about the person, about their channel, and about the game that they were last playing if it tells them information about the game, and stuff like that. And this can take a little while. That's why when I do the shout out, you see a bunch of stuff just sort of going up in the console for a while the rest of the everything keeps responding, and then eventually it'll appear. What does that say? Going through the memes right now and so far not impressed. Alright, I'll check them later. Okay, so when that's done, so until it's done, it just does nothing. So this here, basically, is effectively a function that returns, runs once per frame, basically. If we're gonna say it simply. It's one that can kind of bail out, and we can come back into it on the next frame. So it sits in this little loop, doing nothing for every single frame until it's marked as not running anymore. So the shoutout thing has finished gathering all the information. Once it's done that, it shows some information in the log, and then queues a notification for the shoutouts. The name of the person and the text. The text is all this stuff. Oh yes, it says right there, shoutout text. Streamed 4 days ago, blah 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 blah. Down in the deepest flops, Deep Galactic. So that was the one when I shouted out Mini. And this download tests is the main class of my entire Unity thing that you're looking at right now. That shows you how much I was not planning on turning this into a big program, the naming convention. It was literally just a test for downloading some things originally from Twitch. It was a test for downloading the emotes. So when someone sends an emote, like for example... Wait, I can't see what's selected this one. When I do that, it was a test for being able to download that emote and have it float away. And I just never renamed it. It's now the basis for all of my code. Don't know which memes are suitable to send in the server, so I'm setting PG memes. Yeah, I'd appreciate if you stuck with that for now. Yeah. Geschenkabo. Danke, was that danke für das Geschenkabo? What is that? I don't know if I'm pronouncing the G correct. I never know how to pronounce G in German or Dutch. I feel like it changes depending on where it is in the word, or even just what the word is. Okay, so this is where it's queuing the shoutouts. I actually need something else to be done before we do that. What I need to do is download the background picture. So let me just jump over to the shoutouts begin thing. So where's the very beginning? Okay, so it gets the name, it gets the offline image URL, that's what it is. So the offline image URL is the image that appears as like the placeholder for the video when you're not streaming. So if you go to someone's channel and they don't have it set to play a trailer, then you'll see this picture as like a background placeholder for when they're offline. It also gets their profile image URL. Right now I'm doing nothing with those two things. I think. Am I ever touching them? I was literally saying unnecessary assignment, which is probably because it's never been used. Need to do work now? Thank you very much! What do new things added? Thank you! I really want to get this shout out working properly. Thank you very much though. Thanks for the follow and everything. Yeah. Thank you. Good luck with your work. I understand how it is. Is it possible we can make your ID text a bit larger? Yeah, I could also do this. Does that help? I can crank it up a bit higher as well if you want. There's not really too much happening on this side of the screen. So... Is this okay? I'll go a bit higher. Sorry, I keep on forgetting to go into this view when I'm looking at text. I don't mean to have it smaller. Sorry. Anyway, memes appreciated. Okay. Okay, so these are completely unnecessary because they're never being used. Shoutout succeeded is never being used either. Interesting. What is that? Really? Oh, it does get set at the very bottom. Just reminding myself how I was doing this. Get is running. What does get is running do? Oh, it looks to see if the thread is alive. Okay, so we should really be testing to see if succeeded became true, huh? Is that public? It's private. Might as well make it public then. Does it need to be volatile? So I mark it volatile if it's changed within its own thread. Just a moment. I'll get back to explaining in just a second. Succeeded is true, blah 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 blah. When is setup shoutout called? Oh, from its own thread. Okay, then it does need to be volatile. Okay, so succeeded becomes true once it manages to get all the way through and the Twitch APIs successfully give all the information it needs. And I'm just blindly going on and showing the shoutout even if it's not succeeded. I love that quiet cheese sound so much. Cheese. But yeah, hi Kanami! And Nimu, oh, for crying out loud, I said Kanami that time because it was Kanami who whispered cheese. I swear to God, I swear I can tell you apart, Nimu. I swear to God, I swear! I'm sorry, I swear! Like, Kanami, you literally just said cheese. I can't help it. I can't help it. My brain is too small. If a shoutout dot succeeded, or if not succeeded, then it's gonna I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for the hydration as well, Minnie. It's kind of hot right now, so kind of need it. I mean, when is it not? I was in the middle of drinking.
Cheese.
I wasn't in the middle of drinking cheese. I didn't even get to scream properly because I was in the middle of drinking. Not that I usually scream, I just usually go, what? So yeah, that's the YouTube. My hands, I cannot even block it. Damn it, I'm still holding the bottle as well. Everything's going wrong. Actually, I do appreciate the sprays when it's this hot. Okay, so if it did not succeed, I wanted to say a message, something about, something about, you know. How do we do this again? Dimension sender, blah 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 blah. I literally just wanted to say something like, couldn't get info for... Couldn't get info from Twitch about... And I kind of want to do a quote. How do you do a quote on CS? Is it actually just that? That's messy, but it works. Yeah, that'll do. So if it didn't succeed, it's just gonna stop and do nothing at that point, which is yield break. It's not gonna continue onto this part. Otherwise, if it succeeded, I need to start slowing down how I'm speaking. Then it continues. And right now, I don't need the clock controller, I don't need that. It gets the... Where is it? There. It gets the URL for the avatar, and it gets the URL for the offline stream picture. Currently does absolutely nothing with them, so, you know. Kind of would be nice if you could access them afterwards, you know. So maybe just do like, maybe I'll make them public here. Then they can be accessed in the same way. Yeah, I think that'd be an okay way of doing it. So because it's running in its own thread, I need to save volatile. Actually, honestly, I don't know if I need to, but I'm doing it just in case. Because it indicates to the compiler that this thing could change at any moment. Basically. You know, because if it's running in its own thread. At least that's how I thought that it worked. I'm used to using this from when I'm using an Arduino. If you are updating variables in what's called a interrupt, then you need to mark it as volatile. And I thought this was similar. I don't know if it is. I'm just doing it. Okay, so what I want to be available is profile image URL and offline image URL. Oh, they're exactly the same length. That's very visually pleasing. And now we don't need to be defining them there. We can just set the public one. Hopefully. Please. A reference to what I feel will not be treated as volatile. Why? Hold on a sec. If I do this. Then I do this. This is how I did it before, okay. What's up, Nimi? What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm sorry. Alright, so offline image. So I'm just copying those local ones over to the public ones. I beat your goal and have 507 friendos on Twitch. Now beating your goal of 500. Wow. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. You mean followers, right? Because they... yeah, because they actually... Wait. Are friends still a thing on Twitch? I know they were talking about removing them, right? But wow, congrats. Because friends was the thing that they were... okay. Fair enough. Because I know that they used to be until like super recently, or have they actually not even phased it out yet? I can't remember. If they got rid of friends, I know they were going to. Hold on a sec, I've just been told that I can relate to one of these memes that was posted in Discord. I'm having a look to see what it is. Yeah, basically. Being assaulted by hay fever. Yep, I can relate to that. Also, somehow 44 memes in the memes channel now. Holy crap. You call them nimnots. That's cute. I like it. I approve. Friends is not a thing anymore. Yee. Unfortunately. I mean, I never used it very much, I'm gonna be honest. Nimu! Look, I'm not even, like, I'm literally just talking about your nimnods now. Nimnods now. Nimnods now. Not uncute. Okay. So at this point, we should now be able to access right here the shoutouts profile image URL and the other one. Okay, so nice, we can. So now, from this command that is doing the shoutouts, we've got all of the details. We've waited for it to finish running. At this point, we've reached here, so we know that we've succeeded, because if we've not succeeded, we've bailed out. So now, before we queue up a notify shoutouts to appear at the bottom of the screen, like right, over there, or at the top of the screen. It depends what the layout is. I think on this view it appears at the top, right? And this view it appears at the bottom. What was I saying? Oh yeah, right. Before we do that, before we do any of this, I want to do one more thing. One more thing. Why is my hand tracking not cooperating right now? I keep on gesturing and it's not saying anything. God damn it. Right, anyway, so what I want to do is actually download those two pictures. So I've actually already made thing somewhere that will download a thing automatically, like in the background. I don't remember where I put it. Oh, there. Download manager. Here we are. I think I'm just gonna have followers be Zubats and subs be Golbats or Woobats. As I hope you don't get Nintendo on your back. Nintendo is a little notorious for doing things that don't need to be done. Okay, so the file name. Let's have a quick look. Download now. File name. Okay, so what this does is you give it a command. You run this thing called download when possible. You tell it the URL you want it to download. Headers. What is headers? If headers is not needed, pass null for it again. Save the file name you wanted to save as. Whether you wanted to add the extension automatically from the content type, which is the thing that the Twitch servers send back, the HTTP server send back. So for example, when you're downloading an emote, you don't know whether it's animated, so it should end in GIF, or if it's normal, so it should end in PNG, right? This will automatically add GIF or PNG, depending on what the server says it is. You can say their wanted content type. What does that actually do? Huh. If you're interested in a content type. Starts with, okay. So when you're downloading an image over HTTP, the HTTP server will give you what's called a content type, and it'll be something like this. Or, no, oh my god, this is auto-completing weird things. Something like that. Or, oh my flipping, or this. So what you can do is, you can tell this function that you're interested in images. And you just say image, and it looks to see if it begins with, if the content type that was returned in the headers from Twitch starts with that, which is, that image, for example, then it will continue, otherwise it'll just stop. Because, maybe it will return something you're not expecting, and then you might go on to try and process it as an image, and that will cause problems. Or, maybe it doesn't exist, right? And the file doesn't actually exist for some reason on the server, It's Twitch. It's not, it's not perfect. Sometimes it doesn't quite work as it should do. Nothing's perfect. Nintendo. Cutie Bats. Min Bats works as well. Oh my god. What in Kansas Village people? What does that even mean? I think I'm safe for the Pokemon names. Fair enough. I mean, okay, there's a streamer called Leafeons, who I recommend watching if you're interested, especially if you like watching VR chat stuff. She just hangs out in VR chat, basically all the time. She's also another British English VTuber, so yeah. Anyway, she had to change her name from, wait, was it originally Leafeon, or did she change it to Leafeons? But yeah, I think she was concerned about, the Nintendo issue as well. But she's a plant VTuber, that's why her name is that. Anyway, sorry, just talking about Pokemon and naming and stuff just made me think about that. Whoop as a mascot. Oh wow, okay. That's going even further, huh? Okay, so you pass in these things, and what is CB result? Oh, callback result. So this is a function that this thing will call once it's finished downloading to signal that is done. This is a strange way of doing it, huh? Oh my god, there are so many, they're cute! Look at that swearing, that really angry swearing one. Doesn't that mean they would have gone for Lily Pichu? Oh yeah, Pichu as well, huh? Oh my god. I never realized there were so many people with Pokemon names. What the hell? Damn, yeah. That's a good point. Okay, so that's all that does. And I think that uses a download task, right? What's it on? Download task? Download and wait. Ah! Okay, that's an easier way of doing this. I actually forgot how to do this. Alright, let me just dive into my main program code, sorry. Which is download test. Wherever that is. Where is it? E? Am I blind? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm blind. Wow. Let me just search for how you do that. Oh, you just literally make a new task and then yield return. Okay, oh, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Alright, I'm just gonna lazily copy and paste my own code. Is it lazy if I'm copying my own code? Or is it just efficient? Technically, you shouldn't be copying code, because if you're copying it, then that means there are redundancies in it. But anyway. So, let me just add a bit of get all information from Twitch API for shouting out this person. Wait. What? What? Who did that? Improvise code in... Wait, why did that just happen? What? Huh? Huh? Did someone... I'm confused.
Cheese.
Oh, it was a follow. I'm so sorry, it was a follow. Thank you very much for the follow. I just got completely confused because it had the wrong background color. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Hold on a sec. What just appeared on my screen? Did it show your name properly, or did it show something... Did it show really weird text? I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the follow. Improvised code inlining. Improvised code inlining. What? Is that what you call it? If you're taking your own code? Anyway, thank you very much. Sorry about that. I was confused by my own strangeness. It showed the shoutout screen. I think, yeah, that's what I thought as well. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have said that that you followed. Oh my god. Okay, wow, that's just revealed a new bug. Amazing. Sorry about that. Okay, so I need to fix that. Thank you for the follow. It was a pop-up for... It should have said that you followed. It actually showed that someone was last playing a game. Hold on a sec, let me just... That's because I'm actually working on this thing right now, and I forgot to change something back. After testing the shoutout command, it should have changed back to showing the follow text. I forgot to do a thing. I'm very sorry. I'm gonna fix it right now. I promise. I'm doing it right now. Shoutout, appear, disappear. What is this? Oh yeah, look at that. I never turned it back on, huh? Oh, actually I do at the very end. Guess the last frame never got played for some reason. Let me copy and paste this. Okay, so what it does is it turns, at the very beginning, here, it turns on the shoutout text, which is the background. Oh, sorry, it turns on the shoutout, which is the background and the text. And it turns off this, which is the notify, the normal bubble background and text. It does the, makes it spin around and stuff like this. Whee! And then at the very end of the animation, what it should do is that. It should switch back to the normal notifications. It should turn off the shoutout and turn on that. That didn't work. I think because it was the very last keyframe in an animation, it didn't. Yeah. Also, perhaps the animation I need to Market is not looping. Maybe it's looping. Hold on a sec. Notify animation. Yeah, it's set to loop. That's the problem. Sorry. When it's set to loop, it doesn't play the very last keyframe. Whoopsie. Okay, it should work now. If I recompile this, let me just quickly recompile it, because that's going to be a problem if that keeps happening. It's going to be very confusing. And I'd rather actually be able to thank people. Okay, so for 1 second, I have to disappear. Wait, hang on, that's not how I disappear. How do I disappear? There goes the chat. There goes me. I'm gone. Whoosh. Okay, now we can recompile it. There we go. So now it's like the old meme about programmers playing around doing nonsense stuff and using the excuse of it's compiling. Yeah, now we win. It broke our sound alerts to an infinite looping bass boost is somewhat. Oh wow! That's amazing, Nimue. Ah! Okay, I actually compiled really quickly. Let me just get it running again. Here we go. Should all be good now. I don't have an easy way to test it though. But anyway, at least it shows up on the recently followed. Anyway, right, let's get back to this. Actually, thank you very much for following, like even more than usual, because it pointed out an important bug that needed to be fixed. So yeah, hopefully that's fixed now. What is all this stuff building on? Private member blah, 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 is unused. Is it really? What? What? Use the switch expression. I am, right? Or is this not... Is this not an expression? Eh? What? Do you have an example of how to do that? Convert switch statement to expression. Okay, let's see what that does. Holy crap. Oh my god, what is this? No, I don't want that. What is... This is not... What a silly recommendation. This is like not intuitive at all. What is that nonsense? I'm sorry, I'm just not used to using that kind of... Is that lambda stuff? I'm not used to using any of that. Alright. Let me just unfollow... No! It won't help anyway. I have to do the shoutout command first before... No! Okay, let me do the shoutout first. One sec. Who's our shoutout? Let's shout out Silly Simulator. Wait, I changed it to SO. Ta-da! English bloke goes chucking. Alright, okay, so Silly Simulators... sorry, not Silly Simulator. The shoutout has been active. So now, yeah, we'll see if the follow appears correctly. There's one more thing I need to do. Give me a sec. Programming languages have been becoming more dense. Yeah. Wait. For what to get into my muscle memory? What are you talking about? No worries, silly. No worries, silly. That sounds so rude. I can't do that. Hey, it works. Thank you very much for the follow, Nimue. I've never seen you before. Hi. Okay, it works. Thank you. Alright, what was I trying to do? Hold on. Let me see if this gets rid of some of the nonsense down here. Once it reanalyzes. Thank you, Minnie. God damn it. You're already following. You're not new. Stop this. But hi. Let me get rid of something, yeah. Okay, so I wanted to download some things. Where are we? Download manager. No, command processor. Here we are, right. So get all the information on Twitch. That's what I wanted to do. I mean, it's done that. At this point, download. I'm gonna type download. Okay, now I can't spell. Download avatar and stream background image. Thank you for that, Bats. Hey, okay, now you get your proper one. Alright, thank you, Katsuragi-kun. Katsuragi-kun. That sounds cute. We just met this cat girl from Series 3. Nemo wouldn't stop you. You're confusing everyone now. You're confusing me anyway. That's one. That's not a very high barrier to overcome, is it? Okay, so what the fuck did I just press? Okay, so we set up a download task and we do this. Download and wait. Oh, DL. Oh, we need a reference to the manager. Oh, that's annoying. Need a reference to the manager. Literally, can I see your manager right now? Right, what do you have references to currently? This? This? Sorry, Kanami. It does literally sound like that though. I do actually need a reference to my manager. Wait, Pikachu was her name or something like that? Wow, what? Me? Adorable kittens. Adorable kitten sounds adorable. Alright, download manager is this. Okay, I'm gonna let this have a reference to this. I don't like trying to set up all this stuff, but let's do it. Public download manager. Wait, download manager, right? Oh, DL manager. DL manager. Let's make a note for myself. For downloading avatar. Well, for downloading images for shoutouts. Okay. Pikachu! Nice. Sorry. Okay, so now we have access. We have a reference to the download manager. We actually don't yet. I need to command proc. I need to drag that onto. Wait, what? Oh, hang on a second. I can't compile yet. So, hold on. Temporarily comment this out. So if the class can't compile yet, if a script can't compile, you're not going to get updated information in here. Now it should work because I've commented out the incomplete parts. Boop, there we are. Now I can just drag the download manager onto there, and bang! Now we have a reference to the download manager. So we can download things from within here now. Pikachu. Right, so we don't need to worry about getting the emote URL, getting the emote file name, we don't need to worry about any of that. The actual URL we want is already given to us. It is shoutout.profileImageURL. And where do we want it saved? The answer is... Let's just see how we get the URL. Oh, sorry, the local path to save it in here. Pikachu. So, okay, so this does... So depending on which, so this is how my thing chooses where to save a cached version of the emotes. Every time you use an emote, it's going to call this and work out where to save it. If the emote is coming from Twitch or Better Twitch or Franca Faces, then it uses this plus the emote ID, otherwise blah 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 blah. Oh my god, I'm looking back into this code is not the nicest code in the world. Okay, emote directory, where does this one get set? Okay, it's literally just this. I did it this way because I kind of wanted to force it to save everything in a subfolder called run inside my project folder. So if I just show you that, it looks like this. So this is the run folder. Oh my god, that's so bright. I should have warned you. Oh my god. Mind your eyes. It's bright. Holy crap, it's crazily bright. Let me change this thing. That's just crazy. Let me just turn this down a bit. Filters, darker. Okay, there we are. Sorry. So inside there is where it caches all the emotes. So here they are. This is ones. These are channel emotes. So like that. These are... Oh, actually, sorry, they're my BTTV channel emotes. Or other people's as well. Global emotes on there. Cheer emotes, which are rarely used. Ones that are on Franca Faces. and ones that are from Twitch. And there are going to be a lot of these, 950 currently. So basically anyone can use any emote that's on Twitch, right? So they're all going to get downloaded and cached. Look at that one. And I do this because otherwise it's going to be requesting to download an emote every single time someone posts it. And it's going to be hammering the Twitch servers over and over saying, give me this, give me this, give me this, which is nonsense. That's not what happens in your browser. Your browser caches it. So mine should be respectful and cache it as well. Otherwise it's just like, I'm probably going to get myself banned from Twitch for, you know, from the API for like hammering the stuff. Anyway, here you go. You can have a look at all the cute emotes that are currently cached. Then there are JSON files, so... Wait, why is that? Huh, that's strange. Okay, I was also testing on Melody's channel. Man, look at that! So this is a file that shows all of the, Oops. This is the file that shows, all of the URLs for all of the possible emotes. Turns out Melody has a lot more than I do, huh? Global emotes, face, blah 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 blah. Sounds. Oh yeah, right. So when you use the claps, I shouldn't have mentioned this, but when you use the claps emote, it plays random ones from here. All of these sounds. Let me just put them onto media player. What does that play on? No, now you can't hear them. God damn it, Kanami. Okay, so this is each separate clap. It's so quiet I can't even hear it once. Why are you so quiet? These are really quiet. Oh, I know why they're quiet. Let's pause the music. Sounds kind of bad when you play them at that speed individually, huh? And there's all the possible logos. Sounds kind of bad when you play it like that as well, but for a different reason. Oh my god, that's so loud! Anyway, so these are all the games. You can see things that I'm considering playing in the future as well, because I haven't already done this. I've made the logos for everything that I may want to have. So these are the things they are. So these are the things that appear up... yeah, up in the top right. So currently it's me working on my streaming setup. I just like paste that into here and then it's going to use whichever the first one is. Like that. That's how I change logos. And there are some commands, badges as well. Like this. That appear next to it. This is where it's a little bit of a cheap way of just remembering things between runs, but there. Anyway, that's the reason why I'm doing this. Interesting, the quality it saves. It saves the highest resolution one it can get. So I'll show you. Well, the logos are 580 by 200, and the emotes are whatever it can get. It uses the highest one because, you know, sometimes the emotes are gonna fly close to the camera and I don't want it to look pixelated. So these ones are just low resolution. I mean, this is 60 by 90, but like that's literally what it looks like. That is the image at 1:1 size. It actually looks like that. It's artistic, right? If you were to look at a higher resolution one like Iron Mass, for example, it's kind of high resolution. Oh, it's not that high. But it's 112 by 112. Anyway, that's the highest resolution. My image viewer keeps on crashing. It's kind of weird. Yeah, the 112 by 112 is the highest on Twitch. You can see down there dimensions for all of these. Look for 308013 3080131103. Ah, there you go. Nice. Nice one, Kanami. It's your was it? What's the name of the person from Yakuza? Is it Majima? What's the name? I want to see you. You're gonna have to tell me the number. Majima. Alright. Okay. I don't know. They're saved as the ID that Twitch gives me. Sorry, Nimu. Alright, let's get back to this. So that's why I'm saving them here. So I'm gonna probably need to make another folder where it's gonna put the shoutout images. So let me just do that right now, actually. Kind of want to do this at the beginning. So the very beginning is doing ensure all directories exist. One sec, let me look that up. Hold on, Minnie, one sec. 141035487. 1410355 and blah, 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 blah. No, I'm afraid that's not an emote that I have downloaded anyway. That looks like much too longer. 1410354. No, I don't have any that begins with that, I'm afraid. Also, I just realized my brightness is still turned way down, so let's bring that back up. I tell you what, something you can do is if you post an emote that you've never posted before, it's gonna appear as most recently modified. Nah?
Cheese.
Damn it, now I've got hiccups. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna hydrate. I can't be hydrating while I'm hiccuping. So I presume I'll look for the emote in the cache files first, and then when use and fetch it from there if it's not already there. Exactly. And for the external emote providers like Better TTV, Better Twitch.tv, it will look in the JSON first to see if the... It doesn't literally do that. It loads all the things from JSON when I first start running. Then it puts them into a dictionary in Unity, where like the key is the name of the emote. So for example, poggers, and then the value of the key is the part of the URL that it needs to, like the emote, the file name part of the URL that it needs to look up. Request. So a way to turn the name into the image URL, basically. Because Twitch automatically marks up in the text that it sends where the images are and what the IDs are, where the emotes are and what the IDs are. But you know, with these external things, you kind of have to go looking yourself and mark them yourself. You have to say, this word here is actually an emote. I should strip that from the text and just spawn an emote bubble instead. Oh no, you build a machine that destroyed all your upgraded farmland. Is that something that's only possible with mods, Kanami? Maybe you should play unmodded? I say as if I know anything to do with, you know, Minecraft. I've still not played that on the stream yet. Ensure all directories exist does... Yeah, this is just like super basic stuff right here. But I think I need to make a new folder, right, for where the shoutouts are gonna exist. Where do I put this? Run. Yeah, because it's not bad. Oh, sorry. Mind your eyes. I should say, mind your eyes. Boop. Maybe I should make something that detects the average brightness of my screen and automatically darkens it if it's too bright. I'm sorry. People speeding ahead. Me having a plan, which turned out it didn't exist. So I got in, me asking for help from people and getting not having to go back. What? Oh, right. The hardcore Minecrafters, right? I understand, Minnie. I just prefer exploring in Minecraft. I just like looking around in mines. In caves, sorry. Alright, bye, Minnie! Have a nice nap! Thanks for stopping by. I'll give you pants. I tried. I always glitch out when I do that. So what I'm going to download is not a badge. It's not a command. These are some fixed response commands. For like if someone's lurking, for example. Emotes, and it's not a logo or text. No, it's none of those things. I'm going to have to make a new folder then. Should I call it... Should I make... Okay, here's the question. Should I make 2 new folders? One of them is for avatars, and one of them is for stream backgrounds, or should I just make a folder called shoutouts and put them both in there, or then in the subfolders I could. Ah, screw it. Avatars and offline. Let's call it offline image and profile image. That's what Twitch actually calls it, right? I think. that what it was? My memory is not too good. Yeah, profile image, okay. Yeah, I would definitely do my own thing if I were playing. That's what I did the first time. When the group that you're playing with right now was first doing the Minecraft streams, they oh shit, sorry, I'm making it small instead of big. Yeah, when they were doing it the first time, they weren't using mods. F-Ball, hello, hi, yeah. Yeah, I just kind of moved, did stuff by myself. Yeah. And then I specifically moved my entire base because, you know, drama between people, so... Then I was really living like a hermit all by myself in the snow.
Yeah, bitch!
Wow, you don't have to be so rude. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Yeah. You're gonna have a quiet nya. Quiet and humble nya. Quiet and, what's the word? Quiet and, I don't know. Okay, so where we're actually going to want to save it is... Should I hardcode this in here, or shall I make it... I think I'm going to make it just local to this. Because it's only going to be used by the shoutouts. So far, at least. Yeah, because this one defines where the command roots are as well. So where the root folder is for the command files. Like, for example, if someone does this... then it shows that. There's like a fixed response that does that. That's where those files are. So I might as well just also define it only in this class, where the profile picture and, what are they called again? Offline image things are. Oh my god, there's such a nice smell wafting through the house right now. What the hell? I think someone is baking cakes nearby. Smells so nice. You're living on a cherry blossom island. Sounds very nice. Hang on a sec. I breathe in too much. Pollen. Ah! Pollen is gonna show me who's boss. Why did I call it root as well? Why not just ABS CMD? Why did I name it? Why did I use a different naming convention? What is wrong with me? Oh, because there's fixed response. I see. Why did I call it ABS though? I'm gonna need that. I'm just now judging past me for the naming conventions and not sticking to the convention that I put it here, which is literally just having the name followed by the. Yeah, I used a completely different thing. Although to be honest, I would have preferred if I put the IR first and just call it the emote, the badge, the text. You know what? I'm gonna change this one. Where are the options? Wait, what? What is that? Isn't there like a find... Where are the other options? Shouldn't there be options for like... Oh, there they are. Match case, match whole word. Assume if it's white, it means it's enabled. Might as well match the case as well, whatever. Alright, here we go. Sweeping finds and replaces across an entire huge class. What could possibly go wrong? We'll do the same here as well. This way I can have some consistency in my naming and text directory as well. Wait, no results? What? What? Wait, but we did find results. Okay, whatever. Rain on the pavement. Ah, that's really nice as well. No, it's like a baking smell that I was smelling. Petrol's also really nice. Cut grass. I hate cut grass smell because it's just like super associated with imminent rim shots. Imminent like sneezing from hay fever. So if I can smell that, I just like I realize, oh shit, I need to like take shelter somewhere, close windows, hide. Fresh washing is nice. Rain on the pavement's really nice. I asked my dog how his week's been. He said rough. Rough. I feel the same. Yeah. I saw that. I saw that on Twitter just just this morning. Sorry. Okay, that's what it was for, right? So, in short, there exists. Wait, where is it? Hold on. What's it called again? Huh? Oh, why is that get turned on? Okay. I should probably make one of these functions in here as well. So I'm gonna call it wait, did I? Okay, so that only deals with ones this class uses. So emotes, badges, and persistent text. So I'm gonna make another version of the function in this class that makes the folders that this class needs exist. So let's do that. Might as well. It's a tiny little bit of text. I'm not gonna feel too bad about copying that. So this is just gonna do ensure directory exists, which is this. I want to see if this doesn't exist. We've got more of an issue than just making a folder will fix. Cause it's not like you can download commands from Twitch. Can you imagine if you could do that? What a horrible security vulnerability that would be. These are things that I need to have made already, so. Petrichor. Oh wait, that's what the wave of the rain on the pavement is called? Ah. Yeah, wasn't that actually the smell of like bacteria or something that got released, if I remember rightly? I still really like the smell though. Or small creatures or something. It's something that's probably less pleasing if you hear about what it actually is. So the commands are just fixed response commands. That's what the FR there stands for. So basically, lurk, unlurk, I think that's it right now? Actually, I can't remember. Oh, right, when I'm doing collabs, it can also show the information about the person I'm collabing with. So if you type exclamation mark lurk or unlurk, for example, it literally just reads that from a text file. Oh, and socials as well, like that. Shows that. Oh, this is an old version, it doesn't even have a YouTube link on there, but yeah. Like that. Yeah. Basically, you could think of them like lookups, kind of like hard-coded lookups, except they're not actually coded into the program, so I can just literally change the text file whenever I want. I can also make a new text file at any moment while it's running, so that's kind of nice. I did that. That's how the unlurk one got made. I did it live on stream. Or lurk actually, because I didn't know what it was supposed to say. Florida man breaks into house and shaved cat's head and leaves. No! I saw that one! I like the one where Florida man broke into a person's house to pet the cat. That's good. I approve. I approve of cat pats. Right, okay, what am I doing? We don't need this ABS in there. Wait, what? Okay. And now we just need the ones where it's going to save the things. So we're going to do private. Oh, I see why I did that. In that case, I'll just do that. Wait, what? Oh, whoops. Okay. Is that okay? Yes, that's okay. Oh my god, something keeps tickling my leg. What the hell? Ah, I don't like this. Neighbor has a cat. No, don't do that. No, I don't believe in breaking into someone's house. If the cat happens to be outside and is relaxed and is okay with you calmly walking up, just, you know, giving it a gentle head rub might be nice, maybe. Okay, now we need directory, profile image, and do you like this? Do you like my high-speed spacebar? Rhythm gaming fingers right there. Wow, hydration time already? 1 second. What's it called? Offline image. Okay. 3 of your own? Nice. Why? Why would you do that? It's so mean. Lube the stabilizers, do I? I don't know. Do I? It's not a thing I've ever done. I don't even use this keyboard that often. I basically only use it for when I'm streaming and I'm doing coding stuff, because the typing is the point. Okay, normally I use this much quieter keyboard. I don't know if you can hear that. Because I think my typing will be obnoxious. But when typing is like the point of the thing that I'm streaming, I use this on... just because it has a very satisfying sound. And I also use it when I'm playing rhythm games. Okay. This is just a keyboard with, like, blue switches, so... I haven't done anything custom to it. I literally bought a keyboard. Well, I changed keycaps, actually, apart from that. Okay, so, profile... image, let's set that, just really be very nerdy and make this perfectly aligned. It's literally just going to be this, and it's going to go into run/profile image, and the offline image. This is maximum laziness, copy and paste everything. There we go. And this is just going to make sure that this exists. And then fr exists. And then this and this exist. Wow, Skullcore! Hello, hi. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I think I said argument missing though. What the hell? Ah, right. That's why we were doing this in the first place.
Lactose-filled dairy product.
Well, I just flipped around to the back of my head. Wait, no, that means I can actually see what I was doing. Hold on. Wait, that way, right? No, wait. God damn it! No!
Cheese.
Wait. I can see it. I can see if I keep my head like... Fuck. Never mind. Oh, the smell is getting so nice. And I'm not talking about the cheese. I'm talking about the cake smell wafting through the window. Ah. Oh, screw it. Right. So the reason the argument is missing is because we need to tell it where to save the save file name. And that is what I was just preparing. The location for the save files. So the profile image is going to go into... Yeah, it was German. It was very angry German. It's going to go into here. Plus... I kind of want the last part of the URL. We've got the full URL, right? So it's going to end in / something or other. Let me just have a quick look in the Unity console. See how long the file name is. Oh, I don't have one yet. Can you give me a moment? Oh, right, it's not going to want me to do anything with this yet. Does that let it compile? Yeah, it does. So German. It's just reminded of the flipping old meme of the... Was it angry German person slamming the keyboard? Keyboard crusher or something? Good times. Well, by varying standards of good. Anyway, let me just quickly do the command. Shoutouts for Skullcore. Wait, why can I not enter this command? What the hell? What? OBS? Hello? There we are. That was weird. And it does this stuff. There we are. Ta-da! What is this? So we got the profile image URL. Oh damn! I didn't make it login. Why didn't I make it login? That's annoying. I've made it look all this other really unimportant stuff now. That's annoying. Hold on a sec. I have to modify it to make it dump the URL. I just need to see what it looks like. You know what kind of URL it is. Shoutouts. Where's all this debugged logging going on? Whoa. Running get users, fine. Get channel, fine. Get game, fine. Get streams, get videos. Okay, we do not need, I guess we could have that being logged. Okay, we do not need all this crap. It's way too much. What else do we not need? That's everything, right? Yeah, that's everything. Okay, so we kind of would be useful if we could show the URLs. Yeah! The shoutout's not finished. That's what I'm working on right now. Where is it? There it is. Let me just throw that into the console. Let's just throw them both on... Oh, oops. I went down a bit too far then. I went to the very bottom of my code. Oops. Might as well show the offline image one as well. Okay, because I just want to see how long the actual file name part, the very last bit after the final slash in the URL is. Because I don't want to, you know, try to save it as a file name that's like, you know, 100 characters long or something and it's going to fail. Because the folder name is too long. Let me do one more. Let me shout out to the last person who followed actually. Katsuragi-kun. There we are. Nice, and it does properly handle that as well. So there we are. Okay, profile image URL is there. Offline image URL is blank. Oh, nice. Okay, so I need to be able to handle that as well. Okay, so the file name looks like this. That's not too long. That's not too long. Okay. And then I need to be able to handle the fact that it might be blank as well. Alright. Nice. I'm glad I just tested. Katsuragi-kun, thank you very much for having no offline stream image. It made me realize I need to be able to handle that. Eventuality. Okay. So it's not too bad, not too bad. I'm guessing offline image URL is going to be kind of a similar length as well. I mean, maybe I'm silly in that assumption, but that's what I'm assuming right now. Okay, so let's uncomment this and actually start the download. So we want to choose the very end of it, so everything after the final slash. So blah 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 blah. So we want to look for the last slash in the URL and keep everything after that. Obviously this is only going to be possible if it's not blank, so we should probably do this first. I feel like oh my god, I almost choked myself. I feel like making like a separate thing here, like a separate function, which is not really a function, but whatever, to handle downloading a single thing and choosing the slash, you know, choosing the file name and choosing the dealing with whether it exists or not. I feel like, because that's the thing we're going to need to deal with twice, right? So actually we might as well just if how do you do this? If, because you can't return something from an enumerator. That's a really annoying thing. If shout out the profile blah blah. is not equal to empty string, then we can do this. I'll deal with handling the empty and this method here, and then I'll deal with this here. So I'm gonna call this actually it's stupid. It's already at this point it's more nonsense to just do that. Okay, so oh wait, no, sorry, never mind. I forgot the reason I was doing it is because we do need to choose the file name. Okay, sorry, I have goldfish memory. I forgot why I was doing this for a moment. Download shoutout image. We're gonna use URL to download, and we're gonna want directory to save in, and I think that's everything, right? Can work everything else out for itself if I'm not
I can't
mistaken.
believe you've done this.
I haven't done it just yet. Gotta go now. Have a great stream. Thank you very much, Cindy. I'll download you eventually, Kanami. You wouldn't download it, Kanami. I would. But thank you very much.
Jeez!
Lactose-filled dairy product.
I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Good luck with your stuff. Bye, 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 bye. Download a single thing. Yeah, what I meant was I'm gonna download a...
Cheese.
I'm not gonna download a cheese. God. I'm gonna download just your avatar and your picture. Oh, the game as well. Right, the game. I need to do the game as well. Forgot about that. Cheese for the road. Alright, thanks. Try and fling it off my face. It never really cooperates when I try to do that. I no longer hear Nimu cheese. Everyone has like 5 and I have 1. I mean, Nimu. Feel free to send more. Wait, didn't you have 2? You had like a... Wait, did you not have 2? I thought you had like a high-pitched cheese and a low-pitched cheese. I might be wrong. What is it? What is the TITS one? Oh, right, on the Twitch integrated throwing system, yeah. Oh, thank you. I tried to make it a bit different. I mean, I did this before the Twitch integrated throwing system was out, by the way, or at least before it was popular. I certainly didn't know it existed when I made this. And I feel bad now for having this, because it feels like people will think I've jumped on a bandwagon, but no, I swear, I was throwing stuff before it was popular. That's not actually entirely true. But I was throwing it before I realized that an integrated throwing system existed. So yeah. Anyway, let's just get on with this. So we're gonna find a file name to save it as. Let me just choose string ing file name, and it's gonna become the URL to download. Is there? How do you do this? I think we're gonna have to do this in 2 stages, aren't we? Let's make an integer, which is /position/pos, and that is URL to download dot, how do you do this? Index of, right? Index of slash. Is there a thing that lets you choose whether it searches forwards or backwards? Comparison type. What? What? Well, what can it be? Why is it not? Hold on a second. What? We're starting at index 0, I guess. Comparison type dot something or other, right? What? Why? Am I going crazy here? Why can I not find out what the possible comparison types are by typing comparison type dot? What? Give me a sec. When all else fails, turn to this. Comparison type control plus space. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god, it's literally looking up every single word that I've ever used in this entire UXX2. Wrongly writing. That's not doing what I was thinking. Type the colon. Oh, the colon? Comparison type. Oh, so it's like this, is it? Is that the kind of comparison type that it is? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Comparison type is the name of the thing. String comparison is the type. Never mind. I was having a brain fart. Yeah, sorry. String comparison is the... I was reading because it has the word type in it. I was thinking, oh, that's the type. And the string comparison dot is what I should have been doing. Thank you. The derpiness is correct. God damn it.
Cheese.
No, I can't like look away from you. The cheese is just gonna follow it. Like, all that happens when I shake my head is the cheese moves around. Okay, so never mind. I was hoping there might be an option to choose the last one, like search backwards. You know. Is there one? I mean, you can split by slash actually, and then choose the last one. Wait, that's actually a better way of doing it. Yeah, let me do it that way. I'm gonna split. And then I'll just choose the last, so split, you know, splits the string into an array of... Okay, hold on a sec. URL parts. And it's gonna split based on that. Wait a minute, do I actually have to... Hold on a sec. And count as irrelevant options. String split options dot remove empty entries. I don't really care about that. So what I really... Hold on a sec, I was complaining about a million things because of this line. I really hate the fact that you need to give split an array. If I'm not mistaken, can you do it like this? Will it then be happy with that? No. Also, this needs to be that. Doesn't it? To declare and manage array, the rank... Blah, 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 oh, right, string, sorry. So, you actually need to give an array of things for this. I can't remember how... Wait, it works now? What? Okay, whatever, it works. I'm not even gonna question it. Alright, URL to download. So the file name that I want is going to be the very last one of this. So I might as well call that file name. How is it hydration time already? Thank you very much, though. I'm drinking, I swear I'm drinking. Thank you. Hold on a sec, I have a horrible feeling that I might not have, Did I re-enable archiving of my streams? I just have to quickly check. I'm a bit worried. Okay, thank God I did. Whew. Because, yeah, so normally, let me just mention this. Last week, okay, I normally do 3 streams per week. I try and do 2 starting in the morning, my time. So this is one of those such streams. So I started at, where my hands... Oh, whoops. So I started at 11. Man, I've been going for 4 hours already? What the hell? And, yeah, I try and do 2 that start around that time, and 1 that starts in my evening, so 8 PM, UTC +1. But last week I ended up doing 5 streams. Let's go back. I did 2 on Saturday, well, sorry, 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. By the way, those were the first ever streams I did on a weekend as well. But I did not archive them because I was playing Step Mania, a rhythm game. And I was a little bit worried about all of the, you know... I was worried what Twitch would think about, you know, these many random songs and DMCA stuff, so I just didn't archive it. I do actually have them saved on my, saved locally, archived locally, so maybe I'll upload them somewhere. What are these? Parkour. I've never tried to do parkour. Yeah, there might be. I did my streams on Saturday and Sunday at, I think like 7:30 on Saturday and like 8:30 on Sunday. Since I have to stop streaming at 10 o'clock, that meant that the one on Sunday was only like 1.5 hours, but I did it anyway. I'm slowly trying to get my my tapping fingers.
Cheese.
Oh my god, that also made a slap sound. I'm trying to get my rhythm back for the fast streams. Yee. I used to play Stamina a lot. I haven't recently, and I've slowly been or de-rusting, as someone put it, which is a really good way of putting it. So yeah, I might do that a few more times this week. Getting really bad sleep recently, so like I said, it's not planned. It's not on my schedule. But maybe, like I said, who knows? Who knows? Could happen anytime. I could stop streaming and then start streaming immediately after. I won't today, maybe one day. So the file name is going to be URL parts, the very last one. So it's the length of this -1. Yeah, that's literally it. That's it. The image file name is just that. So really, I don't need to define that. I can just use it right there. And that should be it, right? So just a reminder for myself, split URL by slash so that we can use final. We'll use val at final index. So you use easily access the image file name in last index. I think that's it. Why is this like this? Oh, it's never used. Okay, right, let's use it then. How do you use it again? Yield return that, right? I think that's how you do it. Yield return that. The URL to download is the shoutout.profile image. And the directory to save in is the profile image. Okay, that should be it. Might as well put this all in one line. Actually, no, we're gonna use it afterwards. And afterwards we'll do this what's it called again? Offline image URL. Oops. So the reason I'm not just making this a one-liner and just saying if this then do this is because if this exists, if it's not blank, I don't only want to download it. I'm going to load it in as a texture and put it onto something afterwards. I wonder if I could actually make that happen inside this. Interesting thought. I'll worry about that later, I guess. Let's just get this being called first. Yeah, so this is the offline image URL, and it's gonna go into there. There's one final one that I just remembered, which is the game image, like the box art. I forget what it is. Get game. Save get game. Blah, 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 blah. Get games. What does that do when it's done? Ah, it does this. Oh, and it returns the box art URL. Does it? Does it though? Oh my god, it doesn't even do that. What the hell? Whoops. I forgot to actually make it... I forgot to actually make it do it. This equals... that. But I need to do some testing on it. Need to make sure that if... Oh, mind you, it's in a try-catch loop. I can just be lazy and let it... If it fails, that's going to return blank. Alright, it's a bit of a messy way of doing it. What I should really do is test to make sure that the length of games is at least 1. And that the result contains, yeah, whatever. But it's in a try-catch, which is going to, you know, handle any other weird errors that the Twitch API might throw, which it occasionally does. So, I'll just rely on the fact that I've set it to blank up here, and if anything fails, it's just gonna return false. And that's how I'll know that it's failed. It could be because there was no game. Or, wait, actually. When is this used? One sec. Ah, okay. So if it fails, it gives up everything. Interesting. Okay, so we actually do need to handle it properly. We can't just be lazy and return false if there is no game thing. Oh, okay. Alright, let's handle it properly then. Stop being a lazy ass. If task game, the result. What? Oh. Dot game dot length is larger than or equal to 1. Actually, hold on a sec. What are we requesting in the very beginning? So we request the game info, which includes the box art. So we want the box art along with other things. But, well, we don't really. We only care about the box art. But Twitch will give us more. And we would specify which game we want by saying game ID is this one. This ID, which we've already obtained from up here. We look on the channel to see what the most recent game was. So we should only get 1 result. But, you know, I guess it doesn't matter if Twitch gives us more than 1. I don't know. It shouldn't do that ever, but as long as there is at least 1, we can deal with it. We can use it. Should really have this stuff in there as well. In case I want to debug it again in the future. Okay, and then it returns true. Guess that's okay actually, isn't it? Guess that's kind of okay. Yeah, I think that's the only check we need to do. And if that fails, then something has gone wrong somewhere and yeah, there is a problem. If there for some reason is not a box art, I wonder what happens. You know, there are some games that Twitch doesn't have like proper icons for. When you're choosing the game that you're wanting to stream, there are some obscure games that it doesn't have any logo for. So I wonder if it actually returns an empty URL for that one, or if it returns the URL of the placeholder image. You know, the one that looks... Hang on, let me show you. Let me show you. One second. Stuff is loading up. It's all very slow. Okay, so here we are. So, here, so software and games development. As you're typing stuff in here, like, there are URLs for a bunch of things, but not this one. So this one here doesn't have, like, a normal URL, and it just has this placeholder one. So I wonder if it returns an empty URL for that, or if it actually returns the URL for this funny little 8-bit retro gamepad kind of thing. I don't know if there's gonna be an easy way for me to look at that image. You know what? It might actually be this. Might just return this. I'm pretty sure you can request any resolution you want in here, by the way. Yeah. Oh, that looks so bad. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if it's actually going to return this, or if it's going to return that empty. So yeah. Anyway, doesn't really matter to be honest, because we're handling. We'll check to see if it's blank to begin with. Might be nice to show our own placeholder though instead of that, you know, not particularly attractive grayscale thing. I'll worry about that later. I think I'm getting a bit too ahead of myself right now. Right, so we want to get the box art URL out of this class here, the shoutout class. So this guy's returned from get game. I've lost it. Where is it? There. And it appears here, and it's never used anywhere else. Okay. In that case, what I'm gonna do...
Denied.
what I'm gonna do... Twitch API reference page also doesn't mention if it's a placeholder or what. Nah. The Twitch documentation is, it's kind of... It's okay sometimes, but there are like some big gaping holes in other parts. It's like they just didn't... You know. Whatever. Kind of was denied. So yeah, and then that part we're gonna do box art URL equals red box art URL. So this is gonna be the public version that is volatile. Volatile? Okay, there we are. That should work, right? Although this is only gonna get set here, huh? You know what? I'm gonna do this because this is gonna be undefined if this never executes and we then try to access. Wait. Yeah, okay, so what I'm worried about is if something tries to reuse this I should design my code to not do this, but what I'm worried about is if for some reason I try to reuse one of these, this thing, after doing begin, which I shouldn't do, but like, what if I do? Then this may end up being left over from the previous one, the previous lookup we did, whatever the previous user was. So I'm just going to force it to be set to this blank. If there isn't a game. Anyway. That's a situation we shouldn't have to worry about, but, you know. Hang on, what's this complaining about? Oh! Whoops. URL to download. There we are. Hey! Right, we've got rid of all the warnings at least. Unused parameter directed to save in...
Cheese.
Cheese! URL to the playlist's image art is empty if the playlist doesn't include art. Okay. Wait, playlist? Oh, it's for a different thing, okay. Okay. Well, okay, that shouldn't be too bad. Maybe it'll be empty, maybe it won't be. But who really cares at this point? Oh, and this is unused as well. Oops, hold on. At startup, I need to do this. Yeah, okay. I can't believe this is not being used in show single spaces. I thought it was being used. I thought it was being used by this somewhere in here. Ensure singles... Oh, apparently not. Well, might as well comment it out then, I guess. Otherwise it's gonna be bugging me by showing up down there all the time. Wait, why is this in command proc? Ensure single. What? Oh, whole word was ticked. Whoops. Oh, I see. We were doing it a different way before. Okay, whatever. Who cares? I'll keep it down there, commented out, just in case I ever want to use it. I don't think it's a very nice function, but... Alright, bye devil! Thank you for stopping by! Eee, that's an example of a fixed response command. Bye devil! Thanks for coming! I know you said you'll be back. I don't know how long I'm going to keep on streaming for, that's why I'm saying bye. It's been 4 hours already, but I kind of want this to actually... I kind of want to have something to show for this by the end of the stream. I mean, I do already have the... Look at this mess. Well, then once Unity finishes, I can point you away from that mess. No! Okay. I do already have this working, at least. These. But I want to put some text above there to say what these are for. I kind of want to make like a degree symbol as well, I'm gonna be honest. What if... Yeah, in the future, maybe I'll... Since I'm using these 3 digits, maybe I'll get rid of... What if I just show these 4 on and turn off these 3? So it looks like a degree sign up there. So like 88.8. Let me just get something to cover it up. It'll look like this. There. 88.8 degrees. Use your imagination. That kind of would work, right? Then I don't even need to like redesign this at all. Ah, that would look kind of good, I think. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna do that right now. That's not cheating! Look, if I were using a real life 7-segment display, I would totally do that. I mean, I am actually using one, but it's showing my heart rate, not temperature. That's not cheating, I swear to God. Where is that? Here, right? Oh no, that's right. That's not my own one. This one is. So the digit controllers. Look how tiny I got this function. I'm so happy about that. So the final digit, I want to explicitly set it. So it's not going to be showing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need a new method. I need a way of setting the segments directly. I guess I can make set segment on be public. I could also make a function that is called set segments on, like a plural, and you just pass in an array of bools. I think the best way to do it though would be this. So how I have the patterns of segments for each digit right now is in a byte, where each of these segments has its own value. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. I think that's how I did it. Then I just summed up the values. So for example, this plus this for 1. 1, 2, 4 plus 32. So it should be 36 for 1. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's how I did it. Woof! Thank God that worked. So maybe I'll just pass in a byte for this. So if I wanted the degree sign, let's do some quick maths using this. So it's cheating. So it's just 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, right? 15. Oh, of course, right. It's always obvious after you've done the calculation. Alright, 15. So I need a way to do that. Right, in that case, I'm going to break this out into its own thing. Hold on. Public void show how do I call it? Show segments by bits. I'll call that. You pass in a byte, which is segment bits, and it works through those bits, which is this. change that to that, and that should work. Big field read only. What are all these? Oh, this is just in microsk, UOSC. UnityOSC, maybe the Q stands for? This is not something I made. This is just a thing that lets you use OSC in Unity. Ah! Damn it. Why must other people's stuff clutter my console with their warnings? Well, it's not really warnings even, it's just info. Okay, so now this is public, I can just do this. Where was that being done? Here. Okay, so we're actually not going to be showing hundreds, we're only going to be showing tenths of a digit at most. So, come on, hurry up, Unity! Okay. Yeah. I forgot why I even alt tabs over to there now, it took so long. So times 10 instead of times 100. So multiply by 10, for the least significant digit represents 1/10. Yeah, I'm just actually gonna hardcode this to be 2 to 0. Okay, and then at the very end, we're just gonna do digital thermo dot digit controller dot that. Wait, hang on a sec. What? Is it not public? Should be public. Ah, oh, right. It's outside the loop. Hold on. Three. Oh, never mind. I thought it was a full loop for a second. So show. There we are. So 15? I don't know if you're doing it already, but I would mention somewhere whether those are Celsius or Fahrenheit. Yeah, I should. I'm mentioning it here. Hold on a second, let me zoom out. I'm mentioning it on the analog. The bulbous one. Somewhere. I mean, issues with this disappearing down there, degrees Celsius. But, yeah. Are you telling me I should make this a 5-segment display now? I could actually make it to say C instead of degrees, actually, huh? I can make it show, like, C would work. I kind of like how degrees looks. I can make it a 5-segment display and, have the degrees and then a C. Oh, code comments. Oh, that's kind of defined. Yeah, it's kind of nothing in the code that determines that though. That's determined all the way up in the Arduino code actually. So it starts in the Arduino and then gets passed over to this thing. And that gets passed over to this thing. And these are just like, you know, passing it on in whatever unit is given, I guess. It doesn't care. But yeah. It would be an idea actually to show the unit on here. Should I show degree or should I show C? Just saying C by itself seems weird. I guess I should see if this even works first. What's this problem with this? Cannot apply indexing with blah blah. Hang on, what? Digit controller. What's the problem with this? Does not contain a definition for show segments by bits. What? What are you talking about? It's right here. Oh my god, what just happened? My scroll wheel started being strange. Hello? Is it just, No, okay, it's not just, Visual Studio Code having a problem. Why did it not have a definition for show segments by bits? It's public. What have I done? What have I done wrong? I mean, show value is public. And that shows up. Right? Am I being silly? I'm being silly. I forgot that. It's specifically the 3rd digit controller. Okay. 4th actually, because it starts from 0. Show degrees symbol on 4th digit. There's no freedom units. Yeah. Oh my god, what if I had a command that just changed the units? What if I had a command that changed the units? You could choose Fahrenheit, Celsius, Kelvin. Unfortunately, I would need a 3rd digit if I was going to show Fahrenheit, with how hot my room gets sometimes. And certainly for Kelvin. Alright. I guess that should work. Can't really test it right now. I'd have to shut down this one that you're looking at. Because only one thing can access the temperature stuff at once. And this one, despite the fact that you can't see it until I go to this view, this one is stealing all the data right now. Wait, what? Where's the temperature? Huh? I think I might have accidentally started up this one that you're looking at right now while this is still running. So actually this might be able to steal back the data if mine is not taking it. The one you're looking at. Let's have a look. Is it gonna appear? Alright. This is interesting. We're getting no temperature appearing right now. Also, what is all this? No, it's just the built-in stuff. Wait, no, it is actually having a problem with the... Why is nothing being able to access OSC right now? Why is everything thinking the sockets in use? So, the thing that you're looking at... Also, I only just noticed, what is this really crappy low resolution? Why does it look so bad? The thing you're looking at right now looks kind of bad. I don't know why it does. And you just noticed that. Looks kind of blurry, huh? I only just noticed. Well, that's the thing to look into later. Okay, for now though, this should work, hopefully. Okay, PM. So don't need to worry about that, don't need to worry about this. Right now, I just want to deal with this downloaded stuff. So at this point, we should have this. Oh yeah, let's do the box art as well. Which I can now do. Box art. Make a... Guess I might as well make a dedicated folder for that as well, because people might be playing the same thing and then you can use the cached image for that game, which is probably never going to change. It's just called box. What's it called? Just box art, right? May change user placeholder. Yeah. What I'm thinking of doing maybe is well, actually a nice thing is that if it returns empty and it doesn't download, then it's gonna try downloading each time it wants it, so eventually it will get one. But yeah, if it actually just does have a placeholder URL, maybe I should like manually try to detect that, or what I could do is just what am I saying? Check the date modified of the cached version, and if it was modified a long time ago, re-download it. By the way, that's what it does with the JSON files for Better Twitch.tv and the Franker Faces one. It will, if it was last downloaded longer than an hour ago, it'll re-download. Me. Because I know those things are quite volatile, you know, they change quite a lot. Anyone can just add, you know, better TTV could add new public emotes at any time, and, you know, I might add new emotes on there. I haven't for a long time, but I might. Yeah, so I think that's it. And we're sure that it exists here as well. I don't really like the way I'm doing this, having to put something there twice, but I'll try to stop getting sidetracked by things. Okay, so next I'm gonna download box art URL, which goes into box art. Okay, I think that'll do at this point. So, right, the easiest one to use is offline image URL because that's already got a place to appear at. Once Unity reloads, I will show you. It's in notify. I thought it was. There it is. I've got things, the layout of this is a little bit, the hierarchy of this is a little bit not ideal. It's because I've already made animations which use these, like use properties on here, so I don't want to have to change all the animations because they'll break if you rename things or reposition things in the hierarchy. But anyway, so the shoutout is, if we turn these off, this. So this image that's being used right there in the background, this is what I want to replace. By the way, it's just some placeholder text made up from a bunch of things to try and test that this handles, you know, ensure that it handles really long text. Actually, I'm not even seeing a close bracket there, what the hell? Okay, there. We'll do it that way instead. I didn't realize it was cutting off text at the bottom. Well, now it's not. So that's the background, and I want to change this texture, which is, by the way, it's currently just a placeholder. It's sitting somewhere in here. Yeah, dummy shoutout background. It's just this. So this was Nimmu's old background for when they're offline. So let's finally get the code to replace that, right, Nimmu? You want that code replaced? You want that image replaced? Sorry? Let's do it. I'm replacing you, Nimmu, just as you wanted. Don't worry, I'm just replacing your picture, that's all. If I shout out you, it'll download your new one. So there. That's what you want, right? Right? So I want to... You should be happy. You keep saying, look. You keep, like, shaking your head and saying, you still haven't updated it. Where am I? Huh? Oh, there I am. That was weird. Okay, so I'm gonna need a reference to this. Specifically this texture. So really the material is what I want the reference to. We can select the material, where is that? Oh, there. Okay. So I guess we want a reference to that. Okay, question is, where should we be doing this? Should we be doing it here? Probably should, because like, it is a command. Yeah, let's do it here. Let's do it here. I guess. No, we should not be doing it there. We need to do it before the... just immediately before the shoutout gets shown. Because this is going to get queued up. If someone were to just say, shoutout Nimmu, shoutout Katsuragi-kun immediately, right? Then what would happen is Nimmu's is just barely starting to appear, you know, animate and roll in, because it's on a proper queuing system. And immediately the image will be placed by Katsuragi-kun's. So, we're gonna need to put that not to be done immediately. We're gonna have to put it into the shoutouts. To be done when the shoutout is shown. Into the queue. But yeah, it's perfectly fine to download everything you need beforehand. Otherwise, it's not gonna be ready to show once it appears in the front of the queue for notifications. And by the way, this queue is just so that you can't try to show like multiple notifications at the same time, you know, someone following or someone subscribing or, you know, shoutouts. They all share the same queue. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make some parameters so that we can queue up information about these pictures. Right now, we don't have any. What I'm thinking of doing is making a little class just for shoutout info. Oh, hold on a second, that's not what I meant to go to. Yeah, so right now I'm using like I'm reusing something we would normally use for message text. Well, because it is message text actually. The text that appears there saying what they played kind of is message text. But
Jeez.
it's on my face. Thank you for the hydration. Misclick? I don't believe you. Oh, okay, I'll believe you. My throat is really starting to hurt. My voice. I've been speaking too much. I'm not used to speaking for 5 hours. Well, I should be at this point, but I'm normally not normally not speaking a huge amount. It's like I'm just normally, you know, in my room. I mean, sometimes I'll go on Discord voice calls, I guess, but whatever. I'm not talking constantly. Okay, so right, notification. I kind of want to make something here, so shout out. I kind of want to make a class. Can I make a class inside this? I think I can, right? Let's make it be called shoutout info. And in that is going to be the URLs. So might as well make them be called the same thing. Profile image URL, offline, and box art URL. Wait, no, not URL. File names. What I want is the file names. So really, I want a way to get this, the file name, out of this. Unless you're talking to me. Wait, what? What do you mean, Nimu? What? Really what I want is a way to get this out of here. It's very annoying. That's very, 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 very annoying. First of all, let me make a thing that can just get the last part of URL. Get URL file name, I guess. And it's just gonna return this. So it actually needs to be a string, not a void. Oops. And then, I guess we can do away with this. Pardon me. And we're just gonna do URL. What if I do URL to down there? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So guess that'll work, huh? But ideally this would be being done here as well. I just don't like calling things twice. but fine. So we're gonna need to make a new, we're gonna need to make a shoutout. Hang on, where is it? A shoutout info inside. Oh my god, inside here, and set it up with this and this and this. So I guess I'll do that first. Okay, so let's make one first. So, how do I? Is it a download test dot? Notification is private as well, so I can't access it from outside there. It's annoying. Guess I have to make it public. Is that gonna cause a problem? No, it's not. Okay. Dot notification dot shoutout info. There we are. Let's call it new shoutout info equals new that. Okay. Wait, what's this? How can this be simplified? I see. I'm not a huge fan of that. Just because of the comments. Man, I'll worry about this some other time. Being distracted by the stuff appearing down here. Okay, so we're gonna make a new one there, and it's definitely gonna complain about this being able to be simplified as well, probably. So we do this, and then we say this one's... We haven't made anything in it yet, hold on. What do we want? File name? Yeah, we're gonna want the entire file name. Like the entire URL, the entire directory plus file name on disk. So that we can just load that. What should I call it? File name absolute, I guess, is that how it is? I don't know. Profile image. Oh, it's a string, yeah. And it's gonna be blank by default, actually. I was like, what's it complaining about? Oh, there we are. It's just lagging behind for some reason. So if it's blank, then it's not gonna do any of this. So yeah, that's fine. And it's gonna stay blank by default here. Otherwise, we're gonna set the... Give me a second. Offline image and box art. Box arty. Now can I set it? No? Why? Huh? Oh wait, is it because I need to mark them as public? Yeah, that's it, okay. So, profile image becomes the directory plus... okay, I've just worked out how I can do this in a way that avoids me having to do it twice. This is actually going to be fine absolute to save as, and we'll just calculate this up here instead. And we'll pass that into there. URL to download does not exist. What? Oh, this, right? Feels gonna be a lot of repetition actually still, but at least I got it down to one line. Hold on a sec, let me move this onto the screen so I can see what I'm doing. I can actually look while patting. Pat, 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 pat. Wait, this is not normal patting. There you go. Pat, 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 pat. I'm trying. It messes up my face tracking every single time. Ah.
Jeez.
I swear, the sensual cheese gets me every single time. Pads for the skull core. It just sounds like it's right out of an advert, you know? Like, new limited edition cheese. Melts in your mouth. Okay, offline image URL. FN adds offline image. Their offline image. Plus that. And finally, box side URL. Becomes that. Box side. FNAPS box side. Okay, so at this point, if we check this, once we're about to display the notification for the shoutout, we should know immediately whether we should have the...
I got a bad feeling about this.
I got a good feeling. This is gonna work, Kanami. This is gonna work. It's gonna work. Have confidence, yeah. This is gonna work. Famous last words, right? There we go. OCG's happy now. So when it comes time to show the shoutout, we can check this. If this is not blank, then this should be the local file on disk. But we're still not dealing with the fact that this could have failed. And there's no way to get back from this easily whether it's worked or not. So it might be worth just checking checking to see whether the file exists. And that also is not guaranteeing that the file has fully downloaded. So it might be worth wrapping this a little bit in a try-catch statement when it comes time to use it. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Queue up the shoutout now that all related files should be ready. Not guaranteed to have downloaded successfully. And clean up. Boop. Okay, alright. So let's do that then. Oh, right, we're also gonna need to pass in the information that we just set up, huh? The new shoutout info. And we're gonna need to modify that function to accept it. So it's of that type. Coming in is that shoutout info. I'm gonna call it new shoutout info actually because this is already called shoutout info and it's gonna confuse me. Oh, right, I haven't made an instance of it yet. I've only made the class. One sec. Shoutout info. What should I call it? Extra shoutouts info, I guess. One sec. You're always confused. I'm sorry. Because that. Alright. So we're setting this inside the notification to this, which is the thing that's been passed in. It's a bit annoying, but I don't usually like to have identical variable names like that, but it's only happening in this one method. Wait, it's still saying none takes exactly 3 arguments? Hello? Do you just need to like recheck that or something? Yes, you do. Okay. Nice. Okay, so finally now we need to look at the part where it's time to show the notification, because at that moment we want to change the images to the ones that we've got information about. So where is that? Show new notify... Show new... Where is it? There, show new shoutout. Ah, okay, this one we also need to pass. That into it. And just have a look what this is being called again. Oops. Pass this into it. Let's try and make this a bit neat on its own line. There we go. So passing that extra shouted information from the queue into this, the actual function where it's all being shown. Look how simple it is right now. All it does is set the text at the top and the text at the bottom and start the animation. So now we need to actually set the texture as well. So let's do it! Ah, that's a bit annoying. That means we need... That means that this... this huge thing actually needs a reference to this material in order to be able to change the texture. I guess there's... Oh my god, fool. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess you can still have a twin brother and a twin sister. Jesus. We're gonna have to make this public. Where should I put this? Let's put it up here. They really are. I can't tell whether it's... I'm getting a little bit nervous every time I read. Every time it looks like it's off topic, so it looks like it's a joke, I get worried. I'm like, oh no. Is this gonna be is it gonna be a safe one or is it gonna be a risky one? Okay, which one was it? What am I trying to do again? Oh yeah, this. We need a reference to... We've got nothing to do with the shoutouts yet, so I'll put it in the bottom. Public. Material, I guess is what I want. I think that's what I want, right? Ah, stop that. Material. Shoutouts. Material. Oh, we're gonna want ones to set the material in the... Oh, man. We're gonna want 3 more materials, or 2 more materials, aren't we, for the shoutout? There's some of this needs to be split into its own thing, I think. So this is gonna be a shoutout... notify material. I'm gonna notify background. Because there's this, the shoutout background. To set background of, what do you call it? Notification, bubble? It's not even bubble, is it? Bubble. set texture. Something like that. Hesitant to go writing detailed explanations before I'm sure that it even works yet, but... So is this one, shoutout BG. Boop. Okay, and so now when it's showing the shoutouts, let's try to set this. So this is the material. What can we access? Excuse me. Set texture. The name? So, was the name main or was it something else? I can't remember. Let me just have a look at another time that I've set the texture of something, which is when I've been making an emote. So... Where are we? This one, right? Yeah. So, the emotes that float across the screen when someone uses them... Comb, cold, coin, code, co-op... Yeah. Or cork. Oh, that sounds a little bit too similar, doesn't it? So the emotes that float across are actually particles in a particle system. There's a bunch of different particle systems. Well, a particle system gets spawned for each unique particle. Up to 20 different emotes can be being shown at once, I think. Because up to 20 different particle systems, I think that's what I made. And then that allows absolutely like hundreds of emotes to be on the screen without any slowdown. Because it uses what's called a GPU instancing, which is just a really fast way of rendering the same thing many times at just different positions and scales and rotations. Okay, so that's how we did it this way. We made a new texture like this. Then we read it and we set the wrap mode. And the texture... This is... almost universal. This is like really universal. We can almost put this into its own function. Kind of want to put this into its own function actually. Yeah, I'm gonna put it into something called public misc. And that should work. And then we just need to specify material as well. Let's go current material. So much potential for what? For abuse? Oops. File. Really? File doesn't exist? Oh, world domination, I see. Sorry, I thought I was going somewhere else when you said that. Where's my emoji thing gone? The fuck? Come back. I don't remember closing that. Mind you, my memory doesn't last very long, huh? Ah, you have to do this if you want to be able to access a file, huh? Okay, so now this works. And now in here we can just put a wrapper around this. Because I'm about to do the exact same thing. Set image, I probably want to do set. Load and set texture. Let's do. This one needs to be static, so we can access it without a specific reference to this. So much potential for geese. Sometimes I don't remember that I don't remember. Then that's happy. That's like two negatives cancelling out and I just become happy again. I forget the fact that I've forgotten. Which is literally what I just said. I just forgot that I said that I forget the fact that I forget what I just forgot. Wait, what? What? What is happening? Okay. Let's call this that. And then it's gonna simply call this in public stuff. Eh? Oh, public misc, not public stuff. Whoops. Sorry, I used a much more sensible name than usual. And it's gonna load that texture into this material. So you don't need any of that. And to do exactly the same thing for, you know, oh, I do repeat as well. Let me just make this optional. Hold on. New wrap mode. It's gonna be a texture wrap mode. By default, default is gonna be nothing. Okay. Because when I set the image of the background of the notification, I'm going to want it to not wrap. So I don't always want it to wrap, so I want that to be able to be passed in. So for showing an emote, I want it to wrap neatly around. And other things I don't. Also, thank you very much for hydration! Much appreciated. I'm gonna have to end the stream soon. My voice is kind of bad right now. My throat, I mean, the pain. Okay, so this one has problems. So now, instead of us having to code in here exactly how to load a texture and set it, we can just call this. And we want the file name to be extra shoutout info dot offline image. The material we want to be the thing I just accidentally got rid of. What's it meant to be? Shoutout notify BG. Shoutout notify that one, yep. And the texture mode we want to be clamp. Wow, okay, everything's gone back to having no errors. Holy crap. Welcome back, Devil! Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi. I'm waving. You just have to believe me. Okay, the thing is, this might be an empty string, or it might be a file is incomplete, and, you know, who knows what. So, what I want to do is, if... yeah, exactly. So if... then we try to do this. We're actually gonna put in a try catch thing. Cause I don't care what the error is, there should be none. Oh my god! Made me jump! The name doesn't exist in the current context. Really? What are you hammering on my my door for, huh? What do you want? What do you want? Excuse me! Wait, hang on a sec, I moved out of here. What? What? Oh my god. Thank you. I wasn't in the best position for that to happen. I'm sorry. It's you'd be able to see that happen better. Normally, I wouldn't normally be up in the screen asking you why you were slamming on my door. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I forgive you. I forgive the slamming temporarily. On this occasion, where's my finger? Where's my finger? There it is. You never know where this thing's been. I mean, wait one. Someone door to give. Ah, okay. Thank you. We're only going to attempt to do that if the extra show.info dot offline image is not blank. Cannot implicitly. There you are. Wow, this is taking so long to update. I keeps making me think, wait, what did I do wrong? And it's like, just kidding.
A few moments later.
Exactly. A few moments later, the error disappears. Oh my god! Thank you! That's very kind! You've triggered by the way, I think you are possibly the first person to trigger the 100 bits gem, the purple one. Because different gems appear for the different amounts. Thank you very much. My god. I don't think I deserve this. What have I done? Stop this. Make me paranoid. No, self-conscious. I don't know. Anyway, so that should work now. So I should now be able to do a shout out and it should be able to load the texture. Right? Oh my god, are you... Are you... Thank you? Are you sure? Are you sure? Ah! Okay, never mind.
Nice.
Oh my god, the number of notifications happening at once. Oh no, oh no. There's a problem. Oh no. Hold on a sec. This notification is going to be visible forever because it should be speaking something, but the thing that should be speaking has frozen.
Ost.
Right, I'm just going to have to kill it. Oh my god. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The announcing thing is not working. 1 second, let me test something. Oh my god. Okay, there's actually a problem here. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Okay, so the TTS thing is what was causing Unity to freeze, and it's also... it's also not reading things. So, give me 1 second. I know what the problem is. I just have to do a thing. 1 second. It's because I put my computer into sleep mode. And when I do that, virtual audio cables die. Okay, it should work now. Let's try.
Cat.
Nice! It works! Okay. It should work now.
Cheese.
Let me make it read the things that it failed to read before.
Eat.
And...
Big eat.
there you go. I'm so sorry! There you go. Does that make up for it? I know, like, it didn't play them at the perfect time. Shouldn't the bigger bits be heavier? Yeah, they are. They are, but they're not. The ones at that lower value are not. I think I need to adjust that, actually, so they are, because... I was looking at all of the available... So I was looking at the Twitch API, right? And it says the different sizes that are available. So I scaled it for the... Oh my god. Thank you very much. So that one was a bit heavier, and it was also lower pitch, and it was bigger. Jesus, thank you. Thank you, fool. Oh my god. But, yeah, I'm gonna need to change the scaling on these. So basically... Thank you very much. But let me just change the scale on these things. So, redeems. I'm gonna do it right now. Thank you, though. Where are they? They're not in redeems. Redeems? No, they're not a redeem. What am I talking about? Bits. There we are. There we are. So, bit outlets. This is just a reference to the sound, which meshes and things to show. And somewhere in here. There we are. So they have different gravity and sizes and speed of sounds, speed of movement, pitch for the sounds, volume. I think I need to change these a bit, huh? I should adjust these. So I was just doing it based on like what... Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't know I had that so loud! Jesus! Oh my god. I knew I had that turned up quite loud, but... Jesus. What was I even saying?
Cheese.
No, I wasn't saying cheese. I need to scale these down a bit so that the ones that I actually used are ever going to do things. This is going to take a lot of trial and error of doing this, so...
Cheese.
I'll spare you the boringness of me adjusting thing, pressing play, trying it. No, that's not very good. Let's change it again. Let's change the code to spawn more of these. See if it works. Nope, that's not quite good enough. So, you know. I'll do that off stream. Let me just make a quick note so that I actually do that. Just bit gem properties to get heavier quicker. Thank you very much though. The least I can do is fix that. Now that you've given me that. Okay, this should work. Let's see if this works. I'm going to run it and then try and do the shoutout command. Yeah, let's try it. Bear in mind, there'll still be no sound and there'll still be no, like, avatar or... What do you call it? or what do you call it? The box art for the game. Okay, so let's look in this direction. Let's do a shout out for Kanami. Well, there's probably going to be errors appearing in the log, let's be honest. Let's see what happens when I press enter. Oh, no errors yet? Ah. Okay, so it didn't seem to change the picture, or did it? Is there not one? Hold on, let me do one for myself, because I know that I have. Okay, so it's not changing the texture for some reason. Wait, title is wrong? "9 days ago." Huh? Is it wrong? I'm having a look. I'm having a look. I'm having a look. Man, my computer's running at a snail's pace right now. It says Papa's Universe on your videos. Ah, so that one just wasn't... Right. So what it does is it looks to see if you're currently streaming. If you're not, it looks into your past streams. Well, your last archived one is the Universe one though. Not Holocure. So I guess you changed it to Holocure and then didn't archive that? By the way, the reason I do that is because you can't get proper game info for... Wait, is that right? You can't get game info if you're not streaming? I can't remember. I did it for a reason. Okay. Oof. Alright, oof, crisis averted. So we have a strange problem though. It's not, It's not setting the texture, huh? I wonder if that's because it is an optimized shader. Oh, it's not even optimized. Never mind, that's not the reason. Main texture. Is there a way I can like look up what the actual name of this is? Hold on, let me just jump into editing the shader for a sec. Oh geez, that's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, it's just called main. It's just called main? Mine is called underscore main text there. Oh, wait. What? Okay, it is underscore main text. Huh. By the way, this is the Poyomi shader, which is kind of difficult, kind of complicated. And I dare say a lot of this stuff has been broken out into separate things. I'm looking at this like I understand a single line of this. Right, let's get rid of that. Oof. Also, oh no, my shoutout just called me a cutie. Yeah. Okay, I just noticed the text I put in the chat. Okay, so the texture setting part is not working. Well, let's just see if the texture setting part works at all. Let me do an emote. Because it's using that new code now whenever I do an emote. So let me just, let me do my favorite one. Okay, it is setting the texture there. Okay, nice. I guess Gachi Base is not a public one, or on mine, or on FF. Interesting. Okay, so right. So there's multiple reasons why this might not be working now I think about it. It might be... Oh, there are many places where this could have fallen down. It reached this part, so it did get past this code. But... maybe this looks blank to it? Maybe get URL file name is or something? I don't know. 7TV, right, I can't... Yeah, I have not added support for that yet, because 7TV has too much of a different structure to its JSON compared to FFZs and BTTV. I'll have to change, like, significantly how my JSON parsing thing works. Why couldn't they stick to a standard? There's no good reason why they didn't stick to the standard layout. They just wanted to be different. And as such, I have not given them my time yet. Maybe in the future, I don't know. Isn't it just like mostly a load of edgy emotes on there that are not really moderated or anything? Well, not the other ones are either. Listen, you can at least report. Anyway, offline image URL. So that's the one we're trying to load. If that's not blank, sets that to this plus this. Alright, time to add some debugging stuff. There's some good ones? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Why though? Why another provider? I mean, you could always ask that, I guess. Alright, debug log. Okay, sets. Have set new shoutouts info dot with an abs offline image. And then we'll just see what it's actually set it to if it reaches this part. Yeah, and then... Okay, let me just double check that things are being queued up correctly as well. So we do pass this into here. Here it is, and here's where we set it. That is this, and that is what's being enqueued. That is right there, that is Unity queue, or a C# queue. And this is defined up here. Blah 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 blah, they're blank by default. Okay, so let's see where it's being shown. If it's a shoutout, we call this and we pass in this, which is the enqueued notification. We just dequeue it, we grab the shoutout info and we pass it on. So that should have reached here at this point. Alright, let's make a catch as well, then we can see if it's failed. So in debug, trying to show this, might as well again. Trying to show offline image. Just for good measure, we'll print it again. Make sure it's reached here. Because MGV allows for like 200, 250. Fair enough, fair enough. I wonder when they're going to like, you know, try to make a lot of money off that, I don't know. I was like, what is this complaining about? Nothing again, okay. Error! While trying to show offline image. Is there a way that we can see what the error was? Catch. I do this again, catch exception. Is that how you do it? Catch exception. Oh my god. What? Okay, that's not the way to do it. Catch. Hang on a sec. What's the usual way to do this again? It's something. Hang on a sec. try catch exception. I don't remember how to do this. There's already an ability to sub, which allows for some cool other stuff. Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, okay. Catch. Oh, okay. So you just... exception. And then I can hopefully just do... Wait a second. It doesn't allow that? Eh? What if I want anything? Any kind of exception? Huh? What? Oh, it needs to be a capital. Right? 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 Huh? Custom username, colors, badges. I see, I see. Apparent things are saying to use exception with a capital E. Ah. What? Why is this throwing an error at me? What the hell? Whoops. Wrong window. Well, I do not understand why this is not working. I guess we'll just catch anything then, and not be able to say information about it. Hydration already? I've only just... Nah, the next break, which is going to be the first break that I take, is going to be me stopping streaming. But thank you. I guess the Nyan Juice counts as a sport breather. And Nemo, I will... Let's have a look. Subscriber badge, animated profile picture, 0 width emotes. 0 width emotes, why? Oh, for overlaying. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's actually okay, that's pretty cool. I was imagining literally just an image that's 0 pixels wide. Okay, fair enough. That's actually a pretty cool idea. I'm gonna be honest. I prefer the first. I prefer the first emote there. Ultful. Foxy Joe. I don't know what it's meant to end in. God damn it. I'm fine. Fine.
What? What the fuck?
Pretty much. So I'm just... Oh my god, there are really loud people shouting outside my door. I'm sorry if you hear them. Alright, let's run it and see what happens. Nope, wrong one. We wait for Unity. Alright, let's try it. You mean these balls? Oh, the ones that float across. You mean these nuts, I should have said? Okay, right, there we are. Assets run, offline image, blah 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 blah. Okay, so it's happening in the try catch thing. Right, let's have a look. Run? Offline image? Okay, so the image it's trying to show is named this, which is a correct file name. That sounds good. What is actually downloaded is a file that's called .jpeg. That's it. That's literally the entire file. And it hasn't downloaded though. That is my offline image. But it's just named it .jpeg. So yeah, no wonder they couldn't do that. Alright, so the problem then is in the download manager. I love that face so much. Credit to Shuachi who drew that. She's not on Twitch as far as I know, but and so on Twitter should you want to have a look or commission her. There's unreasonably low rates as well. She should charge more. Anyway. Okay, so it downloads and so save file in full comes in this way. And it writes it out this way. If add for extension is true, then it adds content type dot split. But it's not actually a JPEG, is it? Is it actually a JPEG? Or is it a PNG? Hang on a sec. What is this thing doing? Hold on. Okay, it actually is a JPEG. That's weird. For some reason, Twitch is giving me the file name .png. Why is that? Huh? Oh, let me just look in detail at these. Okay, so, alright, so we have a problem in here, which is this. And this is being called from where? Here, right. dealinfos.dq. And this is happening from here. Oh no, hiccups again. And this is this. Download and wait. Does download when possible? Passes in the URL, headers, save file in full, add that, blah 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 blah. Huh, alright. Where is this breaking down? Where is this going on? Oh, right, that should not be false for a start. Whoops. Whoops. And then the file to save as is this. You're not the problem? Yeah, no, this is Monstercat. I have it on this view so you can see what it is from. But yes, it is from the Twitch library. That's the name of it. And the artist. That should have been false. There's some good stuff on there. There's some really nice stuff. I have kind of minimalistic-ish stuff right now on this playlist. Well, it's not that minimalistic, but... Okay, hold on. Where's the download thing? What? Oh. So the only place where it's settings... So it's never overriding this file name. All it's ever doing is adding the extension if we ask for it to. So for some reason it believes that it should have saved the file name as a blank name, right? And then it just added .jpeg, which is actually the format. For some reason, when you're asking the Twitch API for the URL for the image, it gives you a PNG. But the actual content type is .jpeg. I mean, like, whatever. Twitch, please. Okay, so for some reason, this is coming through blank, basically. Which is interesting. It's coming from here, right? Wait, no, that's not right, because it's... Okay, so this is coming through blank. It must be that's coming through blank. Because it is saving in the correct place. So it must just be that this is blank. Alright, what's the problem? It's splitting the URL by slash. And it's returning the last parts, right? What is wrong with that? There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. But clearly there is, so... Interesting. Alright, time to throw in a couple more debug debug messages, I think. Let's find out. Debugging! Don't you just love it? What would C# do if I try to debug.log an array? Can you do that? Can you literally... Will it show like each part? No, wait a sec. Wait a sec, it did save it. This is correct. It did calculate to save it here. That is correct. So this is not the problem. It isolated the file name correctly from the URL. It just didn't end up getting saved as that for some reason. So the problem isn't the downloader. Yeah, the problem is the downloading. The problem is right here, I think. Oh, wait, and there it is. There's the problem. God damn it. And there's a problem here with the box side as well. This is why I should have made it like one more universal function instead of just having similar things copy and paste, and then when I make the small adjustments, I don't always make them correctly. Alright, okay, that should work then. Let's see if that works. Where's Unity? There it is. Let it recompile that, and... I guess run it, right? Fingers crossed.
Dot.
Okay, let's see if this works. Oh yeah, you weren't hearing that dot before either because the TTS thing was freezing every single time. Shoutouts. Devil Hitman? Those things. Okay, it's blank. Never mind, there is no offline image URL for you. Okay, I'll do it myself again. Ooh, nice! We have an error. Hell yeah, and directory not found. Oh. Hold on a sec, what? Why is it trying to do https:// What? Also, what part of the code is throwing this error? Download manager. What? So this becomes offline plus get URL file name. Okay, maybe there is a... We need more debug prints. I feel like I'm making some silly mistakes somewhere around here. Screw it. I'm gonna pepper my code with debug prints, debug logs. If an app's offline image is this. Actually, I think that's the only thing I need to know, right? Let's see what that shows. It's reached the part where I'm just like trying to squash these last few bugs that are just preventing the most simple of things from working. Like, I've already got pictures downloading, right, for emotes. I'm quite sure I'm suddenly having trouble with this. Okay, what it's trying to do is this. Run, offline image, that. Okay. So why is this then trying to save as HTTPS? Wait, what? File name full is this. So it's never gonna do this. So the problem is in the write all bytes, right? Yeah, write all bytes is where the problem's happening. And it's trying, the reason it's failing, by the way, is because it's trying to make a file called https://. You can't have a colon as part of a file name. And it would just interpret backslash as a folder anyway. Also, no! Man, this is turning into a long stream, huh? Oh my god, it's nearly 6 hours. What? I remember just like half an hour ago I said it was 4 hours. Now it's nearly 6 hours. What? So I'm very, very suspicious of this right now. So let me just deal and wait. Save if in full. Let's see what it actually is here. Is this where the problem is happening? Hello? What? 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 E? What? Huh? Oh, wait a sec. Is this a problem? Did I need to do that? Oh my god, what is actually happening here? Wait, hang on a sec. Is this seriously not able to... One sec. Do anything because of that? Wait, what was it before? Okay, and that apparently hasn't caused an error. Okay, so now we can log. Let's refresh all this. Don't think we have any errors, that's good. These all just haven't been shutting down. What? It just started running and stopped. Did I accidentally press play twice?
Dot.
Yeah, I did. Alright, here we go again. Ooh, okay, I'm not happy with some of this. Wait, why? Okay, interesting. So the save file info somehow became that. Huh? Yes, that's why I wasn't using mono behavior, I see. But okay, now we know the problem's happening somewhere else, we can just get rid of all of that. So we can see where this is being called from now, DL and wait. Is it? Okay, here we are. We're gradually moving towards the source of the problem. So the problem is here. This is wrong. So where's that being called from? Here. So the problem is this, right? I feel like I'm going around in circles. How is it this at the beginning and then it ends up as this? What? Oh, wait a second. Is that a different one that is trying to download? It's doing 3 different ones, isn't it? That's the box art. That's the offline image. And that's the profile image. The problem is happening on the... only one of them. The box art one. Okay, It seems the box art is done a bit differently. Right, let's ignore that crap. I forgot. The box art one, you need to replace placeholders here with like whatever width and height you want. Still not quite sure why we're getting the exact error that we're getting, but... Oh, I see why we're doing that. Should be that. And that. But I need to do something to this. So this URL starts off with like HTTPS blah 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 width x height. And you can replace width and height with whatever you want. Yeah. But I'm gonna make my code deal with that some other time. Right now I'm only caring about the offline image URL anyway, so let's not even worry about the profile picture either. Let's just deal with this. Yeah, let's try that. Let it reload. That's why I switched off and back, by the way, just to force it to reload. Oh my god, moment of truth, please!
Don't.
It works! It's upside down, but it works! It downloaded it! Look at that! I think I was upside down, right? I'm pretty sure that was upside down. Alright, finally, finally! It is downloading. Oh my goodness. Alright. Nice, finally. Let me just quickly comment out the part where it's setting the texture, which is here. And give it a whole load of... Thank you for the claps! Even though it sounds like, you know, sparking something or other. Ah! Oh my god, this is too many claps for what I did, but thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can join in with the clapping sound by doing this. I'm just spamming Control and Shift because they're the only safe keys to spam. Thank you! Let me just double check and see if it appears upside down originally as well. Oh my god. Okay, let me just do shout out the old fool. However, it's not going to try to download your picture. Wait, yes it is, it's just not going to set it. Oh, what the hell? Oh, the texture's not set now. Ha, okay, apparently the texture is remembered between runs, so I'm going to have to change it to dummy shout out. I'm not calling you a dummy. I know, I just want to see if the placeholder one looks upside down. Wait, this is a really stupid way of doing it. I literally, all I need to do is untick those and then turn this on. Yeah, it'll be upside down and the text is going to appear on the other side, I think. Let's double check. Yeah, okay, it's upside down. Alright. That's fine. Okay, that means that the part that's displaying the picture is fine. There's no problem with that. I just need to have it flip up the other way around. So if I were to do this... Control Alt 1... Then at this point, it would appear the correct way up, right? Last seen streaming that. Yeah. In that case, it will just take the title from whatever Twitch currently has it set to. So, should be the case. So I can re-enable this. So I just need to like basically make an animation or something that will flip around the texture when it's appearing from the top instead of the bottom. But it's actually putting it there now. That's so nice. Alright, hydration, thank you. I think I'm gonna end the stream there for now because I feel like now with stuff being downloaded, well, box art's not quite being downloaded yet, but hold on one sec. Thank you for the hydration and for calling it lovely. Wait, and what exactly is lovely? I'm not sure. I mean, I guess. Thank you. Let me just do Whoa! Thank you very much for the follow! Check out Stormcloud. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be ending sometime around now. Oh, thank you very much! I'm sorry, I'm just coming up to 6 hours and I just finally got a thing to work and I need to let my brain rest a bit. But in the future, so in the next stream of this, where am I? Here we are. Where it's downloading the profile image. I'll have that being shown, and then I'll also... So that should be able to handle itself right now. This. Thank you for the pats. Damn it, the hand's gone back into the slapping mode. It's slapping my head. But thank you very much for the follow and for the pats, Mini. Yeah, I read Lovely. Don't worry, old. Don't worry, old. Don't worry, you old fool. Sorry. Then I'll get this to work as well. I just need to replace the width and height with whatever I want. And yeah, let's have a quick look. Would you look at... Hang on. Flashbang warning. Ta-da! It downloads it to a correctly named file now instead of just .jpeg. Alright. So the next time I'm doing the stream, I will make it show this on a plane that appears in my hand, so like a sheet of cardboard, and the box art will be on the other side. But yeah, a few more things need to be done before I can do that. I need to sort of integrate into the animation that makes the thing appear at the bottom of the screen. I need to make that also make a thing in my hand appear. And then I'll make this piece of code not only set the texture of the background, but also the thing that'll appear in my hand. So yeah. That'll be on the next stream though. I feel like I've got this into an okay state right now. Should hopefully work. Let's do a couple more tests, I guess. and this is where EQ wished that she had never said this, because the stream then continued for another 2 hours.
Don't.
Oh, hang on a sec, this is small as well. Whoops. Oh wait, it actually needs to be in that layout though. Your brain is too small. Don't worry. It's ending now. You'll be relieved of your duties. Alright, let's just try this. Shoutouts. Shotgun Stormcloud. It did not... Okay, I guess there was not... there was not an offline image URL. Okay, fair enough. I'm also going to need to do something to make... Oh my god, 8 hours 48! And here I am complaining about 6 hours. Holy crap. Wow, that's a long stream. I hope you had a break. Anyway, sorry, I wasn't trying to like randomly spy on you. I just... I'm testing out this command. This is what I'm working on. So I need to make it so that if there is no offline image URL, it sort of just changes to like basically just gets rid of the texture, I guess. Just turns it into a silver one. If I can demonstrate. Yeah, so I want to make it so that instead of keeping whatever the last one was, which is a placeholder currently, it sort of just gets rid of the texture and does that. That still looks pretty readable, right? Your buddy streamed for 10 hours and I was like, alright boys, we're aiming for 24... What? No! Please take care of yourself! Let's do Nimmu, because I know that Nimmu has one and it hasn't yet been shown. Hey! Oh my god, that works so well! Look at that! Well, it's a little bit cut off at the bottom. Just with that little the head poking over the top as well, looks really adorable. But yeah, it's kind of picking the middle area, if I'm not mistaken, of the picture. Because obviously the main picture is this aspect ratio, 16:9. And the aspect ratio of this is, I can't remember, but it looks like, I don't know, 1, 2, like about 4:1 or something, roughly. Alright, that seems to be working then. My goodness me. Let me just be scrolled down so I can see it. Also, what are all these areas? Oh, the leftover from before. Okay, fine. Let's clear this. Let's do a shout out for Minnie. What? Oh, oh my god, I made a typo. No! Damn, and because I'm running it twice, you get to see that. Okay, there we go. I mean, at least it didn't trigger a crash, right? Man, that's kind of difficult to make out, huh? Maybe I need to make the lights a bit more reflective. Yeah, and it showed up in the chat log as well because I have it running twice. No. I think it did, right? I actually can't tell. Yeah. Minute free. Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, it looked very active when Minion was playing that, I saw. Katsuragi-kun. Ah, okay. Takokin. I kind of want to queue up a few of these at once, just so that I can test the queuing of this. I'm literally just going back through recent followers right now. Alright, let me just queue up these really quickly. This one, and then this one. Oh. Nice! So I did the lookup first? Whoa, hold on a sec. Did I say something failed? Safe get user failed? Oh my god, I mistyped again. I literally mistyped again. It should be Kip Cop, for crying out loud. What is wrong with me? Damn it, that means I need to go back by another one. I swear to god I'll be able to type one of these days. One of these days! Okay, there it goes. That's the first one. And the second one! Okay, nice. I was mostly copy and pasting, don't worry. I think that's everything. Let me just have a look. Shoutouts. Let me just do two of my mods as well. Chaotic Kawaii Gaming and Monty Cappy. Do these one after the other in very quick succession because I know that they'll have like a last streamed game and they might have an offline image as well. Hey, nice. Wow, that looks really good, the skulls on there. I mean, like, it's hard to see, but it works as a texture. Hey, and there's Monty as well. Nice! Alright, I'm happy with this. This is working. I'm very happy with this. Yeah. I'm gonna finally relax a little bit. It's only taken me, like, what? This dragged on for too long. We won't talk about that. Next stream I'll get the avatars and the game box art working, but yeah. It does not show up like that for us. What? 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 Oh, you mean... Yeah, right. I haven't recompiled it yet. So what you're seeing here is the old version, sorry. In order for you to see it on here, I'll have to recompile it. I've literally just got it working in Unity right now, so... What you're seeing... How you're seeing me right now is the compiled version. Which is like... Actually, it's still from today. It's still from an earlier stream today. And I'm going to move myself onto this screen so that I can be looking at you instead of over there. Wow, I need some music to pull me back into the real world. There we go. Woof! It's the wakey music. Yeah, okay, well, that is gonna be all for today. Thank you all very much for coming. This stream was a lot longer than I intended. Thank you so much for the people who followed, and again, Nimu for that really big raid. Thank you very much. Super generous. I still hope your stream was okay. And that you are resting now, if you weren't already. And also Old Fool, thank you so much for the bits as well. And obviously people who resubbed, thank you. I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow. It's gonna be starting at the same time as today. So today, believe it or not, I started at 11 AM. The heat haze is just... Wait. Why does it look like there's heat haze but there's no thermometer? 1 second. Let me just do something quickly. We are going to fly back on over to this view. Then I'm going to seamlessly get rid of myself and the chat. Just a moment, I'm not going quite yet. One sec. Yeah, OSC didn't initialize correctly for some reason. So let me just, you know what, I might as well recompile it at this point. I've just stopped the standalone, the compiled one, so at this point I can recompile it. And this is where we see that it fails to recompile. Seems to be alright. Shaders. And... oof. There we go, nice. So hopefully now, if I fly back over to this screen...
Don't.
There we go. And hopefully we'll be seeing... Hey, there we go, there's the temperature. You can see both of them now as well. So the top one is like near the top of my screen. Oh my god, the degree sign works as well! That's the first time we've seen that the degree sign works. Nice! Oh, there's some weird reflections showing up there around the edges of the 27. Yeah, you can see that I'm dying! Now the heat haze is justified, right? Not right, justified. Justified right. So the 48.9 degrees is the LED lights, which is one of the big reasons that my room is getting kind of hot right now. The other one is near the... well, it's somewhere else in my room. Somewhere where I wish I was right now because it'd be cooler. Unfortunately, I'm stuck here under the desk. Oh, sorry, no, not under the desk. Under the bed. The desk is sort of under the bed, and then the heat all gathers here. Alright. Yeah, okay, so actually I'm gonna go on now. You have the same temperature preference as me. 27 is not... I'd rather it's a lot colder than 27. I'd really like it to be 17. And if I had to choose between 27 or 7, I would choose 7 degrees. Any day, my god. Because if you're too hot, like, what can you do? You can only remove so many articles of clothing, right? You can't remove your skin. Please don't try. Please don't try. Yeah, but if you're too cold, just throw in some more layers. That's all. Well, Devil. 15 now. Oh, god. I envy you right now. Even after I stop streaming and I try and, like, air out the room with some cooler air and, like, you know, turn things off, I don't think it's gonna get below... well, it's certainly not gonna get below... There's a chance that it'll get below 20 by the time I'm sleeping. But yeah, temperature's been going up recently. It's not too good. Good luck, old fool. I feel so bad saying that every single time. 17 is too cold. Just put on gloves. Just put on the coats. But yeah, bye-bye meeting. I'm gonna pass you on right now to Suvidriel, who is a cute Finnish VTuber who is actually doing the same stuff as me right now. So I'm just gonna /red Suvidriel. They also work on their own streaming setup, and apparently that's what they're doing right now. Oh, they are. Wow, they really are. Holy crap. No audio, please. Yeah, but they actually have full body stuff. I cannot do that. I don't have enough space in my room right now. I do actually have like the Vive base stations or SteamVR base station set up, but it's like, what is it gonna be able to see my legs under my desk? And then, like, you know, there's no space for me to stand up. Maybe one day I'll do that properly. You left the AC on while you slept and it was working. It's 13. Ah, it sounds amazing. 6 degrees. Okay, that might be a little bit difficult to sleep in. But yeah, okay. Let me just quickly shield myself. So if you want, you can follow me on Twitter because I post schedule of when I'm going live. I do that like last thing on Sunday, early Monday morning. Typically like 3 a.m. because I have no sleep schedule. And yeah, I also show some sort of behind the scenes dev stuff there. I do the same things on Discord. And I don't know if you noticed when cheese was thrown in my face, it made a cheese sound. And if you want, you can donate to the cheese sound database as well. You can just send a recording of yourself saying cheese. If you really want to, you can DM me on Discord or something. I've got to go. I'm running out of time. Bye, 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 bye.
Cheese.
Exactly like that.